Yeah. Next 224. After visiting Kanyakumari, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to Amlitala, where he saw the deity of Sri Ramachandra. Thereafter, he went to a place known as Malara Desha, where a community of Tatharis lived for food. North of Malara Desha in South Kannada is South Kannada. To the east are Cork and Missouri. To the south is Cochin, and to the west is Arabian Sea. As far as Bhattataris are concerned, they are a nomadic community. They camp wherever they like and have no fixed place of residence. Outwardly, they take up the dress of sannyasis, but their real business is stealing and cheating. They allure others to supply women for their camp, and they cheat many women and keep them within their community. In this way, they increase their population. In Bengal also, there is a similar community. Actually, all over the world, there are nomadic communities whose business is simply to allure, cheat, and steal innocent women. Text 225. After visiting Malara Desha, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to Beḍā-kīrtana and then to Etapani. There he saw the temple of Raghunatha, Lord Ramachandra, and 9. Purport. Beḍā-kīrtana is 44 miles from Tirunelveli and 2 miles south of Aramavali mountain. It is located within the jurisdiction of Ravalai. At Beḍā-kīrtana is a temple of Subramanya, or Lord Kartika, the son of Lord Shiva. Vedapani or Vatapani is north of Kaila in the Tamil Nadu state. It is also known as Butapandi and is within the jurisdiction of Tobala district. It is understood that formerly there was a deity of Lord Ramachandra there. Later the deity was replaced with a deity of Lord Shiva known as Rameshwara and Bhutanatha. Text 226. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was accompanied by his servant Krishnadasa. He was Brahmana, but he met with the Bhattataris there. Text 227. With women at the Bhattataris allured the Brahmana Krishnadasa, who was simple and gentle. By virtue of their bad association, they polluted his intelligence. Text 228. Alert by the Bhattataris, Krishnadasa went to their place early in the morning. The Lord also went there very quickly just to find him. Text 229. Upon reaching their community, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked the Bhattataris, "Why are you keeping my Brahmana assistant?" Text 230. "I am in the renounced order of life, and so are you. Yet you are purposely giving me pain, and I do not see my good logic in I don't see any good logic in this." Text 231. Upon hearing Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all the Bhattataris came running from all sides with weapons in their hands, desiring to hurt the Lord. Text 232. However, the weapons fell from their hands and struck their own bodies. When some of the Bhattataris were thus cut to pieces, the others ran away in the 4 directions. Text 233. While there was much roaring and crying in the Bhattatari community, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu grabbed Krishnadasa by the hair and took him away. Text 234. That very night, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his assistant Krishnadasa arrived at the bank of Payasvini River. They took their bath and then went to see the temple of Adi Keshava. Text 235. When the Lord saw the Adi Keshava temple, he was immediately overwhelmed with ecstasy. Offering various obeisances and prayers, he chanted and danced. Text 236. All the people there were gently astonished to see the ecstatic pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. They all received the Lord very well. Text 237. In the temple of Adi Keshava, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu discussed spiritual matters among highly advanced devotees. While there, he found the chapter of the Brahma Samhita. Text 238. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was greatly happy to find a chapter of that scripture and symptom of ecstatic transformation, trembling, tears, perspiration, dance, and jubilation were manifested in his body. Text 239 and 240. There is no scripture equal to the Brahma Samhita as far as the final spiritual conclusion is concerned. Indeed, that scripture is the supreme revelation of the glories of Lord Govinda, for it reveals the topmost knowledge about him. Since all the conclusions are briefly presented in the Brahma Samhita, it is essential among all the Vaishnava literatures. Purport. The Brahma Samhita is a very important scripture. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu acquired the fifth chapter from Adikeshava temple. In that fifth chapter, the philosophical conclusion of Achintya Bheda Bheda Tattva, simultaneous oneness and difference, is presented. The chapter also presents methods of devotional service, the 18-syllable Vedic hymn, discourses on the soul, the super soul, and the fruitative activity, an explanation of Kama, Gayatri, Kama Viya, and the original Mahavishnu, and a detailed description of the spiritual world, specifically Goloka Vrindavan. The Brahma Samhita also explains the demigod Ganesha, Prabhodakashayi Vishnu, the origin of Gayatri Mantra, the form of Govinda and his transcendental position and about the living entities, the highest goal, the goddess Durga, the meaning of austerity, the five gross elements, love of Godhead and personal Brahman, the nations of Lord Brahma, and the vision of transcendental love enabling one to see the Lord. The steps of devotional service are also explained. The mind, yoga, nidra, the goddess of virtue, devotional service is spontaneously in spontaneous ecstasy, incarnations beginning with Lord Ramachandra, deities, the conditioned soul and its duties, the truth about Lord Vishnu, prayers, Vedic hymns, Lord Shiva, the Vedic liturgy, Lord Shiva, the Vedic literature, personalism and impersonalism, good behavior, and many other subjects are also discussed. There is also a description of the sun and the universal form of the Lord. All these subjects are conclusively explained in a nutshell in the Brahma Samhita. Text 241. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu copied the Brahma Samhita and then with great pleasure he went to a place known as Ananta Padmanabha. Purport. Concerning Ananta Padmanabha, one should refer to Madhya lila, chapter 1, text 111, text 242. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu remained for 2 or 3 days at Ananta Padmanabha and visited the temple there. Then in great ecstasy he went to see the temple of Sri Janardana. Purport. The temple of Sri Janardana is situated 26 miles north of Trivandrum, near the Varkala railway station. Text 243. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu chanted and danced at Sri Janardana for 2 days. He then went to the bank of the Payasvini River and visited the temple of Sankara Narayana. Text 244. Then he saw the monastery known as Sringeri Mata, the abode of Acharya Shankara. He then visited Madhya Tirtha, a place of pilgrimage, and took a bath in river Tungabhadra. Purport. The monastery known as Sringeri Mata is situated in the state of Karnataka, in the district of Chikmagalur. This monastery is located at the confluence of the rivers Tunga and Bhadra, 7 miles south of Harigarapura. The real name of this place is Sringagiri or Sringaverapuri, and it is the headquarters of Shankaracharya. Shankaracharya had 4 principal disciples, and they established 4 centers under their management. In North India, at Badarikashrama, the monastery named Jyotirmatha was established. At Purushottama, the Vardhana or Govardhana monastery was established. In Dwaraka, the Sarada monastery was established, and the fourth monastery established in South India is known as Sringeri Mata. In the Sringeri Mata, the sannyasis assumed their designations Saraswati, Bharati, and Puri. They are all Ekadandi sannyasis, distinguished from the Vaishnava sannyasis, who are known as Tridandi sannyasis. The Sringeri Mata is stationed in South India. It is in a portion of the country comprising Andhra, Dravidia, Karnataka, and Kerala. The community is called Bhurivara and the dynasty is called Purubhuva. The place is called Rameshwara and the slogan is Asham Brahmashvam. The deity is Lord Svaraka and the energetic power is Kamakshi. The Acharya is Hastamalaka and Brahmacharya assistants of the sannyasis are known as Caitanya. The place of pilgrimage is called Tungabhadra, and the subject of prevailing city is Yogayur. The list of the disciples sections from Shankaracharya is available, and the names of the acharyas and the dates of their accepting sannyas according to Shaka era or Shakabda are the following, are as follows. For approximate Christian era dates at 70 years, Shankaracharya 622 Shaka, Sureshwara Acharya 630, Bodhana Nan Acharya 680, Janand Acharya Chidankanan Acharya 768, Jinatama Shivacharya 872, Jnanagiri Acharya 871, Simhagiri Acharya 878, Ishvara Tirtha 1019, Narasimha Tirtha 1067, Vidya Tirtha Vidya Shankara 1150, Karati Krishna Tirtha 1250, Vidyaranya Bharati 1253, Chandrashekhara Bharati 1290, Narasimha Bharati 1309, Purushottam Bharati 1358, Shankar Ananda 1350, Chandra Shekhara Bharati 1371, Narasimha Bharati 1386, Purushottama Bharati 1398, Ramachandra Bharati 1430, Narasimha Bharati 1479, Narasimha Bharati 1485, Dhana Madi Narasimha Bharati 1498, Abhinava Narasimha Bharati 1521, Sachidananda Bharati 1544, Narasimha Bharati 1585, Sachidananda Bharati 1627, Abhinava Sachidananda Bharati 1666, Narasimha Bharati 1689, Sachidananda Bharati 1692, Abhinava Sachidananda Bharati 1730, Narasimha Bharati 1789, Sachidananda Shivabhinava Vidya Narasimha Bharati 1788. Regarding Shankaracharya, it is understood that he was born in the year of 608 of the Shakabda era in the month of Vaishaka On the third day of the waxing moon, in a place in South India known as Kaladi, his father's name was Shiva Guru, and he lost his father at an early age. When Shankaracharya was only 8 years old, he completed his study of all scriptures and took sannyasa from Govinda, who was residing on the banks of the Narmada. After accepting sannyas, Shankaracharya stayed with his spiritual master for some days. Then he took his permission to go to Varanasi, and from there he went to Beḍā-kīrtana, where he stayed until his 12th year. While there, he wrote a commentary on Brahma Sutra, as well as on the Upanishads and the Bhagavad-gītas. He also wrote Suyatya and a commentary on the Nrsimha. Among his many disciples, his 4 chief disciples are Padmapada, Sureshwara, Hastamalaka, and Trotaka. After departing from Varanasi, Shankaracharya went to Prayaga, where he met a great learned scholar called Kumarila. Shankaracharya wanted to discuss the authority of the scriptures, but Kumarila Bhatta, being on his deathbed, sent him to his disciple Mandana in the city of Mahāprabhu. It was there that Shankaracharya defeated Mandana Mishra in a discussion of the Shastras. Mandana had a wife named Saraswati or Ukhaya Bharati, who served as a mediator between Shankaracharya and her husband. It is said that she wanted to discuss erotic principles and amorous love with Shankaracharya, but Shankaracharya had been a brahmachari since birth, and therefore he had no experience in amorous love. He took a month's leave from Ukaya Bharati and by his mystic power entered the body of a king who had just died. In this way, Shankaracharya experienced the erotic principles. After attaining this experience, he wanted to discuss erotic principles with Bhaya Bharati, but without hearing his discussion, she blessed him and assured the continued existence of the Shringari Mata. She then took a leave for material life. Afterwards, Mandana Mishra took the order of sannyas from Shankaracharya and became known as Sureshwara. Shankaracharya defeated many scholars throughout India and converted them to his Mayavada philosophy. He left this material body at the age of 33. As far as Madhya is concerned, it was supposedly situated beside the ocean in the district of Malabar. Text 245. Chaitanya Mahāprabhu next arrived to Udupi, a place in of Madhvacharya, where the philosophers known as Tattvavadis resided. There he saw the deity of Lord Krishna and became mad with ecstasy. Purport. Sripada Madhvacharya took his birth near Udupi, which is situated in the South Kannada district of South India, just west of Satyari. This is the chief city of the South Kannada province and is near the city of Mangalore, which is situated to the south of Udupi. Near the city of Udupi is a place called Beḍā-kīrtana, where Madhvacharya took his birth in Shivali Brahmana dynasty as the son of Madhya Bhatta in the year of 1040. Shakabda, AD 1118. According to some, he was born in the year of 1160 Shakabda, AD 1238. In his childhood, Madhvacharya was known as Vasudeva, and there are some wonderful stories surrounding him. It is said that once when his father had found many debts, Madhvacharya converted tamarind seeds into actual coins to pay them off. When he was 5 years old, he was offered the sacred thread. A demon named Maniman lived near his abode in the form of a snake, and at the age of 5, Madhya killed that snake with the toe of his left foot. Then, when his mother was very much disturbed, he would appear before her in one jump. He was a great scholar even in childhood. Although his father did not agree, he accepted sannyas at the age of 12. Upon receiving sannyas from Acharya Praksha, he received the name Punaprayana Tirtha. After traveling all over India, he finally discussed scriptures with Vidyashankara, the exalted leader of Sringeri Mata. Vidyashankara was actually diminished in the presence of Madhvacharya. Accompanied by Satya Tirtha, Madhvacharya went to Beḍā-kīrtana. It was there that he met Vishyadeva and explained his commentary on the Bhagavad Gita before him. Thus he became great scholar by studying before Vyasadeva. By the time he came to Ananda Mata from Beḍā-kīrtana, Madhvacharya had finished his commentary on the Bhagavad Gita. His companion Satyajita brought down the entire commentary, and when Madhvacharya returned from Beḍā-kīrtana, he went to Ganyama, which is on the bank of river Godavari. There he met with two learned scholars named Shobhana Bhatta and Swami Shastri. Later, these scholars became known as the disciple succession of Madhvacharya as Padmanabha Tirtha and Narahari Tirtha. When he returned to Udupi, he would sometimes bathe in the ocean. On such an occasion, he composed a prayer on 5 chapters. Once, while sitting beside the sea, engrossed in meditation about Lord Sri Krishna, he saw that a large boat containing goods for Dwaraka was in danger. He gave some signs by which the boat could approach the shore, and it was safe. The owners of the boat wanted to give him a present, and at the time Madhvacharya agreed to take some Gopi-kandana. He received a big lump of Gopi-kandana, and as it was being brought to him, it broke apart and revealed large deity of Lord Krishna. The deity had a stick in one hand and a lump of food in the other. As soon as Madhvacharya received the deity of Krishna in this way, he composed a prayer. The deity was so heavy that not even 30 people could lift it. Yet Madhvacharya Krishna brought this deity to Udupi. 8 of Madhvacharya's sannyasa disciples became directors of the 8 monasteries. Worship of Lord Krishna deity is still going at the Udupi according to the plans Madhvacharya established. Madhvacharya then, for the second time, visited Beḍā-kīrtana. While he was passing through Maharashtra, the local king was digging a big snake for the big lake for the public benefit. As Madhvacharya passed through the area with his disciple, he was also obliged to help in the excavation. After some time, when Madhvacharya visited the king, he engaged the king in that work and departed with his disciples. Often in the province of Ganga Padesha, there were fights between Hindus and Muslims. The Hindus were on the bank of the river, and Muslims were on the other. Due to the community tensions, no boat was available for crossing the river. The Muslim authorities were always stopping passengers on the other side, but Madhvacharya did not care for these soldiers. He crossed the river anyway, and then he met the soldiers on the other side. And when he met the soldiers on the other side, he was brought before the king. The Muslim king was so pleased with him that he wanted to give him a kingdom and some money. But Madhvacharya refused. While walking on the road, he was attacked by some dacoits, but by his bodily strength, he killed them all. When his companion Satyajita was attacked by a tiger, Madhvacharya survived them by the virtue of great strength. When he met Vyasadeva, he received from him the Shila. known as Astamurti. After this, he summarized the Mahāprabhu. Madhvacharya's devotion to the Lord and his erudite scholarship became known throughout India. Consequently, the owners of the Sringeri Matva established by Shankaracharya became a little perturbed. At that time, the followers of the Shankaracharya were afraid of Madhvacharya's rising power, and they began to tease Madhvacharya's disciples in many ways. There was even an attempt to prove that the cyclic succession of Madhvacharya was not in line with Vedic principles. A person named Pundarika Puri, follower of the Madhvacharya philosophy of Shankaracharya, came before Madhvacharya and discussed the Shastras. So I said that Madhvacharya's books were taken away, but later they were found with the help of King Jayasimha, Jayasimha. In discussion, Pundarika was defeated by Madhvacharya, a great personality named Trivikramacharya, who was a resident of Vishnu Mangala, became Madhvacharya's disciple, and his son later became Narayan Acharya, the composer of Srimad Vyasa. After the death of Trivikrama the younger brother of Narayana Acharya took sannyasa and later became known as Vishnu Tirtha. It was reputed that there was no limit to the bodily strength of Purnabrahmana Madhvacharya. There was a person named Kadanjari who was famed for possession of the strength of certain men. Madhvacharya placed the big toe of his foot upon the ground and asked the men to separate it from the ground, but the great strong man could not do so even after great effort. Srimad Madhya passed from this material world at the age of 80 while writing a commentary on the Altareya Upanishad. For further information about Madhvacharya, one should read Madhya Vijaya or Narayan Acharya. The acharyas of the Madhva Sampradaya established Udupi as a chief center, and the monastery there was known as Uttaradhi Matra. A list of the different centers of the Madhvacharya Sampradaya can be found in Udupi, and their Matra commanders are first Vishnu Tirtha of Shoda Mata, two Janardana Tirtha of Krishnapura Mata, three Vamana Tirtha of Kanura Mata, 4 Narasimha Tirtha or the Maharamata, 5 Upendra Tirtha or Puturgi Mata, 6 Rama Tirtha or Shirura Mata, Kirikesha Tirtha or Palimara Mata, and Askobya Tirtha or Pejavarara Mata. The disciplic succession of the Madhvacharya Sampradaya is as follows. The days are those of first in Shakaba era. For Krishnan era dates add 78 years. 1. Hamsa Paramatma. 2. Chaturmukha Brahma. 6. Sanakadi. 4. Durvasa. 6. Chinamandini. 5 Janamandini, 6 Garuda Vahana, 7 Kaivalya Tirtha, 8 Jnasha Tirtha, 9 Paratirtha, 10 Satyaprayana Tirtha, 11 Prayana Tirtha, 12 Achyuta Vriksha Charya Tirtha, 13 Srimadhavacharya, 1140 Shaka, 14 Padmanabha, 1120 Narahari, 1127 Madhava, 1136 and Akshabhya 1159. 15th is Jayatirtha 1167. 16th is Beḍā-kīrtana is 1190. I apologize. 17 Kavindra 1255. 18 Magivsha 1261. 19 Ramachandra 1269. 20 is Biyadini 1298. 21 Shri Raghunatha 1366. 22 Raghu Mahāya, who spoke Vishnu Caitanya, Mahāprabhu 1424. Raghunatha 4471. 24. Vedavyasa 1517. 25. Vidyadisha 1541. 26. Vedanini 1553. 27. Satyavrata 1577. 28. Satyadini 1562. And Satyanatha 1582. 30. Satyavimana 1595. 31. Satyapurna 1628. 32. Satyamyaya 1648. 33. Satyapriya 1659. 34. Satyabodha 1666. 35th is Satyasanda 1707. 36. Satyavara 1716. 37 is Satyadharma 1719. 38 Satya Sankalpa 1752. 39 Satya Santushta. Satya Santushta 1763. Number 40 is Satya Parayana 1763. And 40 or 41 Satyakama 1785. 42 Satya Yashta 1793. 43 Satya Parabrahma 1794. 44 is Satya Dhira 1801. And 45 is Satya Dhira Tirtha 1808. After the 16th Acharya, Vidyadhiraya Tirtha, there was another disciple succession, including Rajendra Tirtha, 1254, Vijayadvaja, Purushottama, Subramanya, and Vyasa Raya, from 1470 to 1520. The 19th Acharya, Ramachandra Tirtha, had another disciple succession, including Vibhudhendra, 1218, Chitamitra, 1348, Raghunandana, Surendra, Vijendra, Sudhindra, and Raghavendra Tirtha, 1545. To date, in the Udupi monastery, there are another 14 Madhya Tirtha sannyasis. As stated, Udupi is situated besides the sea in South Kannada, about 36 miles of Mangalore. Most of the information in this purport is available from South Kannada Bombay Gazette. Text 246. While at the Udupi monastery, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw dancing Gopala, a most beautiful deity. This deity appeared to Madhvacharya in a dream. Text 247. Madhvacharya had somehow or other acquired the deity of Krishna from a heap of Gopi Chandra that had been transported in a boat. Text 248. Madhvacharya brought this dancing Gopala deity to Udupi, installed him in the temple. Today, the followers of Madhvacharya, known as Tattvavadis, worship this deity. Text 249. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu received great pleasure in seeing this beautiful form of Gopala. For a long time, he danced and chanted in ecstatic love. Text 250. When the Tattvavadi Vaishnavas first saw Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they considered him a Mayavadi sannyasi. They were not, therefore, they did not talk to him. Text 251. Later, as they seek Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in ecstatic love, they were struck with wonder. Then, considering him a Vaishnava, they gave him a nice reception. Text 252. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu could understand that the Devaris were very proud of their Vaishnavas. He therefore smiled and began to speak to them. Text 253. Considering them very proud, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu began his discussion. Text 254. The chief acharya of the Tattvavada community was very learned and revealed scriptures. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu humbly questioned him. Text 255. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, I do not know very well the aim of life and how to achieve it. Please tell me of the best ideal for humanity and how to attain it. Text 256. The Acharya replied, when the activities of the four castes and four ashramas are dedicated to Krishna, they constitute the best means and therefore one can attain a highest goal in life. Text 257. When one dedicates the duties of Varnashrama Dharma to Krishna, he is eligible for 5 kinds of liberation. Thus, he is transferred to the spiritual world of Vaikuntha. This is the highest goal of life and the verdict of all revealed scriptures. Text 258. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, according to the verdict of the Shastras, the process of hearing and chanting is the best means to attain loving service of Krishna. Purport. According to the Tattvavadis, the best process for achieving the highest goal of life is to execute the duties of the 4 varnas or ashramas. In the material world, unless one is situated in one of the varnas, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, or Shudra, one cannot manage social affairs properly to attain the ultimate goal. One also has to follow the principles of ashramas, Brahmacharya, Grahastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa. Since these principles are considered essential for the attainment of the highest goal, in this way, the Tattvavadis established that the execution of the principles of Varna and Ashrama for the sake of Krishna is the best way to attain the topmost goal. The Tattvavadis thus established the principles in terms of human society. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, however, differed from said that the best process is hearing and chanting about Lord Vishnu. According to the Tattvavadis, the highest goal is returning home, back to Godhead. But in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's opinion, the highest goal is attaining love of Godhead. In either the material world or the spiritual world. In the material world, this is practiced according to Shastric injunction. And in the spiritual world, the real achievement is already near. Text 259 to 260. This process entails hearing, chanting, and remembering the holy name, form, pastimes, qualities, and entourage of the Lord. Offering these service according to the time, place, and performer. Worshiping the deity. Offering prayers, always considering oneself the eternal servant of Krishna. Making prayers with him and dedicating everything unto him. These are 9 items of devotional service which, when directly offered to Krishna, constitute the highest attainment of life. This is the correct verdict of revealed scriptures. Purport. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu quoted these verses from Srimad Bhagavatam 7.5.23-24, text 261, translation. When one comes to the platform of loving service to Lord Krishna by executing these 9 processes, beginning with hearing and chanting, he has attained the 5th platform of success and of the limit of life's goals. Purport. Everyone is after success in religion, economic development, and sense gratification, and ultimately merging into existence of Brahman. These are the general practices of the common man, but according to the strict principles of the Vedas, the highest attainment is to rise to the platform of Shravanam, hearing and chanting about personality of Godhead. This is confirmed in Srimad Bhagavatam. Text 1.1 to Dharma Prajita Petava Uttara Paramo Nirmat Savaranam Sata Vidyam Vastavam Astra Vastu Shivadam Tapa Trayo Onmundalam Shrimad Bhagavati Mahamunti Kirte Kirma Parai Ishmaram Sadyogardi Abarduvyate Trak Kirdibih Shushuru Shubhistat Shana. Completely rejecting all religious activities which are materially motivated. This Bhagavad Gita Purana propounds the highest truth, which is understandable by those devotees who are fully pure in heart. The highest truth is reality distinguished from illusion or the welfare of all. Such truth uproots the threefold mistakes. This beautiful Bhagavatam, compiled by the great sages of Sri Vyasadeva, is sufficient in itself for God realization. What is the need of any other scripture? As soon as one attentively and submissively hears the message of Bhagavatam, by this culture of knowledge, the Supreme Lord is established within his heart. This verse of Srimad Bhagavatam rejects us cheating process all religious activities that aim at achieving materialistic goals, including dharma, artha, karma, and even moksha or liberation. According to Shridhar Swami, the Madhya concepts were according to Shridhar Swami, material conceptions of success, moksha, or liberation is desired by those in material existence. Devotees who are not being situated in material existence have no desire for liberation. A devotee is always liberated in all stages of life because he is always engaged in the 9 items of devotional service, Shravanam, Kirtanam, etc. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's philosophy holds that devotional service to Krishna always exists in everyone's heart. It simply has to be awakened by the process of Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu. Shravanam di Sutta Tite Karaya Udaya, Sisi Madhya 22.107. When a person is actually engaged in devotional service, His eternal relationship with the Lord, the Son Master relationship is awakened. Text 262. When a person is actually advanced and takes pleasure in chanting the holy name of the Lord, who is very dear to him, he is agitated and loudly chants the holy name. He also loves Christ, becomes agitated and chants just like a madman, not caring for outsiders. Purport. This verse is quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2.40. Text 263. In every revealed scripture, there is condemnation of fruitive activities. It is advised, therefore, to give up engagement in fruitive activities, for no one can attain the highest goal of life, love of God, and by executing them. Purport. In the Vedas, there are three kandas or division: Karma Kanda, Jnana Kanda, and Upasana Kanda. The Karma Kanda portion stresses the execution of fruitive activities. But ultimately, it is advised that one abandon both Karma Kanda and Jnana Kanda, speculative knowledge, and accept only Upasana Kanda or Bhakti Kanda. One cannot attain love of Godhead by executing karma kanda or jnana kanda, but by dedicating one's karma or fruitive activities to the Supreme Lord, one may be relieved from the polluted mind and become free from mental pollution. Helps elevate one to the spiritual platform. Then, however, one needs like the association of pure devotee, for only a pure devotee's association can one become a pure devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna. When one comes to a stage of pure devotional service, the process of Shravanam Kirtanam is very essential. By executing the 9 items of devotional service, beginning with Shravanam Kirtanam, one is completely purified. In the Vedas, there are three khandas or divisions: Karma Kanda, Jnana Kanda, and Upasana Kanda. The Karma Kanda portion stresses the execution of fruitive activities, but ultimately it is advised that one abandon both Karma Kanda and Jnana Kanda, speculative knowledge, then accept only Upasana Kanda or Bhakti Kanda. One cannot attain love of Godhead by executing Karma Kanda and or Jnana Kanda. By dedicating one's karma or fugitive activities to the Supreme Lord, one may be relieved from the polluted mind, and becoming free from mental pollution helps elevate one to the spiritual platform. Then, however, one needs the association of pure devotee, for only by a pure devotee's association can become a pure devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna. When one comes to the stage of pure devotional service, the process of Shvaranam Kirtanam is very essential. By executing the 9 items of devotional service, beginning with Shvaranam Kirtanam, one is completely purified. Anyabhya Hilasichita Shunyam Jnana Karmadi Anartha Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.1.11. Only then is one able to execute Krishna's orders in Bhagavad Gita 18.65 and 66. Manmana Bhava Manbhakto Madhyaji Mam Namaskuru Mam Evayasi Satyami Te Patijane Priyo Sime Sarvadhaman Paritayaya Mam Ekam Sharanam Vraja Abham Tvam Sarva Pabhyo Mokshayi Sa Yami Ma Sukcha.
Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me, and offer your homage unto me. Thus you come to me without fail. I promise you this because you are my dear, very dear friend. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. In this way, one develops his original constitutional position of rendering loving service to the Lord. One cannot be elevated to the highest platform of devotional service by karma kanda or jnana kanda. Pure devotional service can be understood and attained only through the association of pure devotees. In this regard, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur states that there are two types of karma kanda activities, pious and impious. Pious activities are certainly better than impious activities. But even impious activities cannot bring about ecstatic love of God, Krishna. Pious and impious activities can bring about material happiness and distress, but there is no possibility of one's becoming a pure devotee simply by acting piously or unpiously. Bhakti devotional service means satisfying Krishna. In every revealed scripture, whether stressing Jnana Kanda or Karma Kanda, the principle of renunciation is always praised. The ripened fruit of Vedic knowledge, Srimad Bhagavatam, is the supreme Vedic evidence. In Srimad Bhagavatam, it is stated, Naishkarmam api achyuta bhava varjitam, nashobhate jnanam alam niranjanam, kutam punas sashvat abhadram ishware, na chapitam karma yat api akarmana. Knowledge of self-realization, even though freed from all material affinity, does not look well if devoid of a conception of the infallible God. What then is the use of fruitive activities which are naturally painful from the very beginning and transient by nature, if they're not utilized for the devotional service of the Lord? This means that even knowledge, which is superior to fruitive activity, is not successful if it is devoid of devotional service. Therefore, in Srimad Bhagavatam, in the beginning, middle, and end, Karma Kanda and Jnana Kanda are condemned. For example, in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1.2, it is said, Dharma Projita Kaitavatra. This is explained in the following verses, taken from Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita, text 220, 264. Occupational duties are described in the religious scriptures. If one analyzes them, he can fully understand their qualities and faults and then give them up completely to render service unto the personality of God. A person who does so is considered a first class man. Text 265. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. As long as one is not satiated by fruitive activity and is not awakened to his taste for devotional service by Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu, one has to act according to the regulative principles of the Vedic injunctions. Purport. It is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam 111.20.9 to 67. Pure devotees reject the five kinds of liberation. Indeed, for them, liberation is very insignificant because they see it as hellish. 268. Pure devotees always reject the five kinds of liberation, which include living in the spiritual Vaikuntha planets, possessing the same opulences as those possessed by the Supreme Lord, having the same bodily features as the Lord's, associating with the Lord and merging into the body of the Lord. The pure devotees do not accept these benedictions without the service of the Lord. Purport. This is a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 3.29.13 to 69. It is very difficult to give up material opulence, land, children, society, friends, riches, wife, or the blessings of the goddess of fortune, which are desired even by great demigods. But King Bharat did not desire such things, and this was quite befitting his position, because for a pure devotee whose mind is always engaged in the service of the Lord, even liberation or emerging into the existence of the Lord is insignificant. And what to speak of material opportunities? Purport. This is a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 5.14.44 concerning the glorification of King Bharat, whom Sukadev Goswami was describing to King Parikshit. Text 217. A person who is a devotee of Lord Narayan is not afraid of a hellish condition because he considers it as the same as elevation to heavenly planets or liberation. The devotees of Lord Narayan are accustomed to seeing all these things on the same level. This is a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 6.17.28 regarding the personality Chitraketu. Once, when Chitraketu saw the goddess Parvati sitting on the lap of Shambhu Shiva, he criticized Lord Shiva for being shameless and sitting just like an ordinary man with his wife on his lap. For this reason, Chitraketu was cursed by Parvati. Later, he became a demon named Rudrasura. Chitraketu was a very powerful king and a devotee, and he could certainly retaliate even against Lord Shiva. But when Parvati cursed him, he immediately accepted the curse with a bowed head. When he agreed to accept the curse, Lord Shiva praised him and told Parvati that the devotee of Lord Narayan is never afraid of accepting any position, provided there is a chance to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is the purport of Narayana Para Sarve Na Kuttaschana Bibhyate. 271. Both liberation and fruitive activities are rejected by devotees. You are trying to establish these things as life's goal and the process of it for attaining it. 272. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued speaking to the Tattvavadi Acharyas. Seeing that I am a mendicant in the renounced order of life, you have been playing with me in a duplicitous way. You are not actually you have not actually described the process and ultimate objective. 273. After hearing Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Acharya of the Tattvavadi Sampradaya became very much ashamed. Upon observing Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's rigid faith in Vaishnavism, he was struck with wonder. 274. The Tattvavadi Acharya replied, what you have said is certainly factual. It is the conclusion of all the revealed scriptures of the Vaishnavas. 275. Still, whatever Madhvacharya has established as the formula for our party, we practice as a party policy. 276. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, both the fruitive worker and the speculative philosopher are considered non-devotees. We see both elements present in your sampradaya. 277. The only qualification is that I see in your sampradaya is that you accept the form of the Lord as truth. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to point to the Tattvavadi Acharya who belonged to the Madhva Sampradaya that the general behavior of the Tattvavadis did not favor pure devotional service, which must be devoid of the taints of fruitive activity and speculative knowledge. As far as fruitive activity is concerned, the contamination is the desire for elevation to a higher standard of life. And for speculative knowledge, the contamination is a desire to merge onto the existence of the absolute truth. The Tattvavadi Sampradaya of the Madhva school sticks to the principle of Varnashrama Dharma, which involves fruitive activity. Their ultimate goal, mukti, is simply a form of material desire. A pure devotee should be free from all kinds of material desire. He simply engages in the service of the Lord. Nonetheless, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was pleased that the Madhvacharya Sampradaya or the Tattva Sampradaya accepted the transcendental form of the Lord. This is the great qualification of the Vaishnava Sampradayas. It is the Madhva Sampradaya that does not accept. It is the Mayavada Sampradaya that does not accept the transcendental form of the Lord. If a Vaishnava Sampradaya is also carried away by that impersonal attitude, that Sampradaya has no position at all. It is a fact that there are so many so-called Vaishnavas whose ultimate aim is to merge into the existence of the Lord. For example, the Sahajiyas, Vaishnava philosophy is to become one with the Supreme. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu points out that Sri Madhavendra Puri accepted Madhvacharya only because his sampradaya accepted the transcendental form of the Lord. 278. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu broke the pride of the Tattvavadis to pieces. He then went to the holy place known as Beḍā-kīrtana. 279. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the son of Mother Sachi, next went to Tritakupa, and after seeing the Vishala deity there, he went to the holy place known as Panchapasara Tirtha. Purport. The Apsaras, denizens of the heavenly planets, are generally known as dancing girls. The girls in the heavenly planets are exquisitely beautiful, and if a woman on earth is found to be very beautiful, she is compared to the Apsaras. There were 5 Apsaras named Lata, Buddha, Samichi, Suryaki, and Varna. It is said that these 5 beautiful dancing girls were sent by Indra to break the severe austerity of a saintly person called Achyuta Rishi. This action was typical of Indra, the king of heaven. Whenever Indra discovered someone undergoing severe austerities, he would begin to fear his post. Indra was always anxious about his position, fearing that if someone became more powerful than he was, he would lose his elevated position. Thus, as soon as he would see a saint undergoing severe austerities, he would send dancing girls to distract him. Even the great saints, Vishwamitra Muni, fell victim to his plan. When the 5 apsaras went to break Achyuta Rishi's meditation, they were all chastised and cursed by the saint. As a result, the girls turned into crocodiles in a lake that came to be known as Panchapas Apsara. Lord Ramachandra also visited this place. From Sri Narad Muni's narration, it is understood that when Arjun went to visit the holy places, he learned about the condemnation of the 5 apsaras. He delivered them from their abominable condition, and from that day, the lake known as Panchapsara became a place of pilgrimage. 280. After seeing Panchapsara, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to Gokarna. While there, he visited the temple of Lord Shiva, and then he went to Dvaipayini. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the crown jewel of all sannyasis, then went to Surpanaka Tirtham. Purport. Gokarna is situated in North Kannada in the Karnataka state. It is about 33 miles southeast of Kanvar. This place is very famous for the temple of Lord Shiva known as Mahabaleshwaran. Hundreds and thousands of pilgrims come to see this temple. Surpanaka is about 26 miles north of Bombay. In the Maharashtra province near Bombay is a district known as Thane, and this place known as Supura and a place known as Supura. Surpanaka is mentioned in the Mahabharata Shanti Parva, chapter 41, verses 66-67. Text 281. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then visited the town Kolhapur, where he saw the goddess of fortune in the temple of Kshira Bhagavati and saw Lagna Ganesh in another temple known as Chora Parvati. Kolhapur is a town in Maharashtra province formerly known as Bombay Pradesh. Formerly, Kolhapur was a native state and it was bordered on the north by the district of Santra, on the east and south by the district of Belgaum, and on the west by the district Ratnagiri. In Kolhapur, there is a river named Purna. From Bombay Gazette, it is understood that there are about 250 temples there, out of which 6 are very famous. These are Ambabai or Mahalakshmi Mandir, Vitthova Mandir, Temlai Mandir, Mahakali Mandir, Firangi or Patyangiri Mandir, and Yamalama Mandir. Text 282. From there, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to Pandharpur, where he happily saw the temple of Vithala Thakur. Purport. The city of Pandharpur is situated on the river Bhima. It is said that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu initiated Tukaram when he visited Pandharpur. and thus Tukaram became his disciple. Tukaram Acharya became very famous in the Maharashtra province, and he spread the Sankirtan movement all over the province. The Sankirtan party belonging to Tukaram is very popular in Bombay and throughout the province of Maharashtra. Tukaram's book is known as Abhangam. The Sankirtan party exactly resembles the Gaudiya Vaishnava Sankirtan parties, for they chant the holy name of the Lord with mridanga and kartals. The Lord Vithalade, mentioned in this verse, is a form of Lord Vishnu with his two hands. He is Narayan. Text 283. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu chanted and danced in various ways as usual. A Brahmana, seeing him in ecstatic love, was very pleased and invited the Lord to his home for lunch. 284. The Brahmana offered Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu food with great respect and love. After finishing his lunch, the Lord received auspicious news. 285. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu received the word that Sri Rangapuri, one of the disciples of Sri Madhavendra Puri, was present in that village at the home of a Brahmana. 286. Hearing this news, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu immediately went to see Sri Rangapuri at the Brahmana's home. Upon entering, the Lord saw him sitting there. 287. As soon as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw Sri Rangapuri, he immediately offered him obeisances in ecstatic love, falling flat on the ground. The symptoms of transcendental vibration, transformation were visible, namely tears, jubilation, trembling, and perspiration. 288. Upon seeing Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in such an ecstatic mood, Sri Rangapuri said, Your Holiness, please get up. 289. Your Holiness is certainly related to Sri Madhavendra Puri, without whom there is no fragrance of ecstatic love. Purport. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur remarks that up to the advent of His Holiness Sripad Lakshmipadi Tirtha, it was the system in the disciplined succession of Madhvacharya to worship Lord Krishna alone. After Sri Madhavendra Puri, worship of both Radha and Krishna was established. For this reason, Sri Madhavendra Puri is accepted as the root of worship in ecstatic love. Unless one is connected to the disciplic succession of Madhavendra Puri, there is no possibility of awakening the symptoms of ecstatic love. The word Gosai is significant in this connection. The spiritual master, who is fully surrendered unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, has no business other than the Lord's service, is called the best of the Paramahamsas. A Paramahamsas has no program for sense gratification. He is interested only in satisfying the senses of the Lord. One who has control of the senses in this way is called Gosai or a Goswami, master of the senses. The senses cannot be controlled unless one is engaged in the service of the Lord. Therefore, the bona fide spiritual master, who has full control over his senses, engages 24 hours a day in the Lord's service. He can therefore be addressed as Gosai or Goswami. The title Goswami cannot be inherited, but can be given only to a bona fide spiritual master. There were 6 great Goswamis of Vrindavan: Srila Rupa, Sanatana, Bhatta Raghunath, Sri Jiva, Gopal Bhatta, and Das Raghunath. And none of them inherited the title Goswami. All the Goswamis of Vrindavan were bona fide spiritual masters situated on the highest platform of devotional service. And for that reason, they were called Goswamis. All the temples of Vrindavan were certainly started by the 6 Goswamis. Later, the worship in the temples was entrusted to some householder disciples of the Goswamis. And since then, the hereditary title of Goswami has been used. However, only one who is a bona fide spiritual master, expanding the cult of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Krishna consciousness movement, and who is in full control of his senses, can be addressed as a Goswami. Unfortunately, the hereditary process is going on. Therefore, at the present moment, in most cases, the title is being misused due to the ignorance of the word's etymology. 290. After saying this, Sri Rangapuri lifted Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu up and embraced him. As they embraced shoulder to shoulder, they both began to cry in ecstasy. 291. After some moments, they came to their senses and became patient. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then informed Sri Rangapuri about his relationship with Ishwarapuri. 292. They were both inundated by the wonderful ecstasy of love that was aroused in them. Finally, they sat down and respectfully began to converse. 293. In this way, they discussed topics about Lord Krishna continually for 5 to 7 days. 294. Out of curiosity, Sri Rangapuri asked Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu about his birthplace, and the Lord informed him that it was Navadvip Dham. Sri Rangapuri had formerly gone to Navadvip with Sri Madhavendra Puri, and he therefore remembered the incidents that had taken place there. 296. As soon as Sri Rangapuri recalled Navadvip, he also recalled accompanying Sri Madhavendra Puri to the house of Jagannath Mishra, where Rangapuri had taken lunch. He even remembered the taste of an unprecedented curry made of banana flowers. 297. Sri Rangapuri also remembered the wife of Jagannath Mishra. She was very devoted and chaste. As for her affection, she was exactly like the mother of the universe. 298. He also remembered how Sri Jagannath Mishra's wife, Sachimata, was expert in cooking. He recalled that she was very affectionate towards the sannyasis and fed them exactly like her own sons. Sri Rangapuri also remembered that one of her deserving sons had accepted the renounced order at a very young age. His name was Shankararanya. Sri Rangapuri informed Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that the sannyasi named Sri Shankararanya had attained perfection in that holy place, Pandharpur. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's eldest brother was named Vishwarup. He left home before Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and accepted the sannyas order under the name of Shankararanya Swami. He traveled all over the country and finally went to Pandharpur, where he passed away after attaining perfection. In other words, he entered the spiritual world after giving up his mortal body at Pandharpur. Sri Rangapuri, a disciple of Sri Madhavendra Puri and godbrother of Ishwarapuri, disclosed this important news to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. 301. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, in my previous ashram, Shankararanya was my brother and Jagannath Mishra was my father. After finishing his talks with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sri Rangapuri started for Dwarka Dham. After Sri Rangapuri departed for Dwarka Dham, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu remained with the Brahmana at Pandharpur for 4 more days. He took his bath in the Bhima river and visited the temple of Vitthal. 304. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu next went to the bank of the Krishna Venma river, where he visited many holy places and the temples of various gods. Purport. This river is a branch of the river Krishna. It is said that Thakur Bilva Mangal recited on the banks of this river, which is also called Veena or the Vena, the Sena, and the Bhima. 305. The Brahman community there was composed of pure devotees. They regularly studied a book entitled Krishna Karnamrita, which was composed by Bilvamangal Thakur. Purport. This book was composed by Bilvamangal Thakur in 112 verses. There are 2 or 3 other books bearing the same name, and there are also 2 commentaries on Bilvamangal's book. One commentary was written by Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami and the other by Chaitanya Das Goswami. 306. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very pleased to hear the book Krishna Karnamrita, and with great eagerness he had it copied and took it with him. There is no comparison to the Krishna Karnamrita within the 3 worlds. By studying this book, one is elevated to the knowledge of pure devotional service to Krishna. One who constantly reads the Krishna Karnamrita can fully understand the beauty and melodious taste of the pastimes of Lord Krishna. 309. The Brahma Samhita and Krishna Karnamrita were 2 books that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu considered to be the most valuable jewels. starting from 310. Look with Mataji. If you find it right,
Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu next arrived to the banks of the river Tapi. After bathing there, he went to Maharishmati Pura. While there, he saw many holy places on the banks of river Narmada. Therefore, the river Tapi is also known as Tapti. The river source is a mountain called Multai, and the river flows westward through the state of Saurashtra and into Arabian Sea. Mahishmatipura Maheshwa is mentioned in Mahāprabhu in connection with Sahadeva's victory. Sahadeva, the youngest brother of Pandavas, conquered that part of the country. As stated in the Mahabharata, Tatorat Nani Padya Puryam Mahishmatim Yayao Taranilena Rajna Sa Sakre Yudham Narashamha. After acquiring jewels, Sahadeva went to the city of Mahishmati, where he fought with a king called Lila. Text 311. The Lord next arrived at Tirtha, where he took his bath in the river Nirvindya. He then arrived at the Risamukha mountain and then went to Dandakaryana. Danhakaranya. Purport. According to some opinions, Rishamukha is a chain of mountains beginning in the village of Hampi Grama in the district of Bellary. The mountain chain begins along the bank of the river Tungabhadra, which gradually reaches the state of Hyderabad. According to other opinions, this hill is situated in Madhya Pradesh and bears the present name of Rampa. Dandakaranya is a spacious tract of land which begins with north of Khandesha and extends up to the southern Ahmada Nagara through Nasika and Aurangabad. The Davarti River flows through this tract of land, and there is a great forest there where Lord Ramachandra lives. Text 312. With the Dandakaranya forest, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then visited a place called Saptatala. The seven palm trees there were very old, very bulky, and very high. Purport: the name Saptatala is mentioned in the Kishkindia section of Ramayana and is described in the 7th and 12th chapters of that section. Text 313. Upon seeing the seven palm trees, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraced them. As a result, they all returned to Vaikuntha Loka, the spiritual world. Text 314. After the seven palm trees had departed from Vaikuntha, everyone was astonished to see that they were gone. The people then began to say, "This sannyasi called Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu must be an incarnation of Lord Ramachandra." Text 315. Only Lord Ramachandra has the power to send palm trees to the spiritual Vaikuntha planets. Text 316. Eventually, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu arrived at the lake known as Pampa, where he took his bath. He then went to a place called Pansavati, where he rested. Purport: according to some, the old name of Tungabhadra river was Pamba. According to others, Nagara, the capital of state, was known as Pampatirtha. According to still others, the lake near Anagundi, in the direction of Hyderabad, is Pampa Sarovara. The river Tungabhadra, also known, flows through there. There are many different opinions about the lake called Pampa Sarovara. Text 317. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then visited Nasika, where he saw the deity Baka, Lord Shiva. He then went to Brahmagiri and then to Kushavarta, the source of river Godavari. Purport: Kushavarta is located at the seventh Gata or Sahyadri. It is near Nasika, a holy place, but according to some, it was situated in the valley of Vindhya. Text 318. After visiting many other holy places, the Lord went to Sapta Godavari. At last he returned to Vidyanagara. In this purport, in this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu traveled from the source of Godavari river and eventually visited the northern side of Hyderabad state. He finally arrived at the state of Kalinga. Text 319. When Ramananda Raya heard of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's arrival, he was very pleased and he immediately went to see him. Text 320. When Ramananda Raya fell flat, touching the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Lord immediately raised him to his feet and embraced him. Text 321. In great ecstatic love, they both began to cry, and thus their minds were slackened. Text 322. After some time, they regained their senses and sat together to discuss various subjects. Text 623. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave Ramananda Raya a vivid description of his travels to the holy places and told him how he had acquired the two books that named Krishna Karnamrita and Brahma Samhita. The Lord delivered the books to Ramananda Raya. Text 324, translation. The Lord said, "Whatever you have told me about devotional service is all supported by these two books." Text 325, translation. Ramananda Raya was very happy to receive these books. He tasted their contents along with the Lord and made a copy of each. Text 326. News spread in the village of Viyanagara about the arrival of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and everyone came to see him once again. Text 327. After seeing the people who gathered there, Sri Ramananda Raya returned to his own home. At noon, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu got up to take his lunch. Text 328. Sri Ramananda Raya returned at night, and he and the Lord discussed topics concerning Krishna. Thus they passed the night. Text 329. Ramananda Raya and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu discussed Krishna day and night, and thus they passed from 5 to 7 days in great happiness. Text 330. Ramananda Raya said, "My dear Lord, with your permission, I have already written a letter to the king with great humility." Text 331. The king has already given me an order to return to Jagannatha Puri, and I am making arrangement to do this. Text 332. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then said, "It is for this purpose alone that I have returned. I want to take you with me to Jagannatha Puri." Text 333. Ramananda Raya said, "My dear Lord, it is better that you proceed to Jagannatha Puri alone, because with me there will be many horses, elephants, and soldiers, all roaring tumultuously." Text 334. I shall make arrangements within 10 days, and following you, I shall go to Nilachala without delay. Text 335. Giving orders to Ramananda Raya to come to Nilachala, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu departed for Jagannatha Puri with great pleasure. Text 336. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned by the same road he had formerly taken to Vidyanagara, and all the Vaishnavas along the way saw him again. Text 337. Wherever Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went, the holy name of Sri Hari was vibrated. Seeing this, the Lord became very happy. Text 338. When the Lord reached Alalantha. He sent his assistant Krishna Das ahead to call for Nityananda Prabhu and other personal associates. Text 339. As soon as Nityananda Prabhu received news of the arrival of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he immediately got up and started out to see him. Indeed, he was very impatient in his great ecstasy. Text 340. Sri Nityananda Raya Ganananda, Damodara Pandita, and Mukunda all became ecstatic in their happiness, and dancing along the way, they went to meet the Lord. Text 341. Gopinatha Acharya also went in very happy mood. They all went to meet the Lord, and they finally contacted him on the way. Text 342. The Lord was also filled with ecstatic love, and he embraced them all. Out of their love, they began to cry with pleasure. Text 343. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya also went to see the Lord with great pleasure, and he met him on the beach by the sea. Text 344. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya fell down at the lotus feet of the Lord, and the Lord pulled him up and embraced him. Text 345. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya cried in great ecstatic love. Then the Lord, accompanied by them all, went to the temple of Jagannatha. Text 346. Due to ecstatic love, experience of mystic Lord Jagannatha, inundations of trembling, perspiration, tears, and jubilation swept the body of Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu. Text 347. In ecstatic love, Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu danced and chanted. At that time, all the attendants and priests came to offer him garland and the remnants of Lord Jagannatha's food. Those who are priests engaged in Lord Jagannatha's service are called pandas or panditas, and they are brahmanas. The attendants who look after temple's external affairs are called palas. The priests and attendees then went together to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 348. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became patient after receiving the garland and prasadam of Lord Jagannatha. All the servants of Lord Jagannatha met Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with great pleasure. Text 349. Afterwards, Kashi Mishra came and fell down at the lotus feet of the Lord, and the Lord respectfully embraced him. Text 350. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then took the Lord with him to his home, saying, "Today's luncheon will be at my home." In this way, he invited the Lord. Text 351. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya brought various types of food remnants that had been left by Lord Jagannatha. He brought all kinds of cakes and condensed milk preparations. 352. Accompanied by all his associates, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's house and took his noon lunch there. Text 353. Translation. After offering food to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya made him lie down to rest, and he personally began to massage the legs of the Lord. Text 354. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then sent Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya to take his lunch, and the Lord remained that night in his home to just please him. Text 355. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his personal associates remained with Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. They all stayed awake the entire night as the Lord spoke of his pilgrimage. Text 356. The Lord told Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, "I have traveled to many holy places, but I could not find a Vaishnava as good as you anywhere." Text 357. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, "I received much pleasure from the talks of Ramananda Raya." Purport. The Bhattacharya replied, "For this reason I requested you to meet him." In Sri Chaitanya Chandrodaya, beginning in the 8th act, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, "Sarvabhauma, I have traveled to many holy places, but cannot find a Vaishnava as good as you anywhere. However, I must admit that Ramananda Raya is wonderful." Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replies, "Therefore, my Lord, I requested that you see him." Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then says, "There are, of course, many Vaishnavas in these holy places, and most of them worship Lord Narayana. Others who are called Tattvavadis are also Lakshmi Narayana worshippers, but they do not belong to the pure Vaishnava cult. There are many worshippers of Lord Shiva, and there are so many atheists. Regardless, my dear Bhattacharya, I very much like Ramananda Raya and his opinions." Text 358. Thus I have ended my narration about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pilgrimage, describing it in brief. It cannot be described very broadly. Purport. Sri Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakura points out that in the 74th verse of this chapter, it is stated that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu visited the temple of Shyali Bhairavi, but actually at Shyali Sri Chaitanya at Shyali, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu visited the temple of Sri Bhuvaraha. Near Shyali and Siddhambaram, there is a temple known as Sri Mushnam. In this temple, there is a deity of Sri Bhuvaraha. In the jurisdiction of Chidambaram, there is a district known as Southern Arcata. The town of Shyali is in that district. There is the temple of Sri Bhuvarahadeva nearby, not Bhairavi Devi. This is Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakura's conclusion. Text 359. The pastimes of Lord Chaitanya are unlimited. No one can properly describe his activities, yet I make the attempt out of greed. This but reveals my shamelessness. Text 360. Whoever hears of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pilgrimage to various holy places attains the riches of very deep ecstatic love. Purport. Sri Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakura remarks, the impersonalists imagine some forms of the absolute truth through the direct perception of their senses. The impersonalists worship such imaginary forms, but neither Srimad Bhagavatam nor Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepts this sense gratificatory worship to be of any spiritual significance. The Mayavadis imagine themselves to be the Supreme. They imagine that the Supreme has no personal form and that all his forms are imaginary, like the bill over the waves or the flower in the sky. Both Mayavadis and those who imagine forms of God are misguided. According to them, worship of the deity or any other form of the Lord is a result of the conditioned soul's illusion. However, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu confirms the conclusion of Srimad Bhagavatam on the strength of his philosophy of Achintya Bheda Tattva. That philosophy holds the Supreme Lord, that the Supreme Lord is supremacy, one with and different from his creation. That is to say, there is unity in diversity. In this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu proved the importance of fruitive workers, speculative empiric philosophers, and mystic yogis. The realization of such men is simply a waste of time and energy. To set the example, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally visited temples in various holy places. Whenever he visited, he immediately exhibited his ecstatic love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When a Vaishnava visits a temple of a demigod, his vision of that demigod is different from the vision of impersonalists and Mayavadis. The Brahma Samhita supports this. A Vaishnava's visit to the temple of Lord Shiva, for example, is different from a non-devotee's visit. The non-devotee considers the deity of Lord Shiva an imaginary form because he ultimately thinks that the supreme absolute truth is void. However, the Vaishnava sees Lord Shiva as being simultaneously one with and different from the Supreme Lord. In this regard, the example of milk and yogurt is given. Yogurt is actually nothing but milk, but at the same time, it is not milk. It is simultaneously one with milk and different and yet different from it. This is the philosophy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and is confirmed by Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita 9.4. Mayatatarmidam sarvam jagat avyakta murtina matskani sarva bhutani na saha tes avastita. By me in my manifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I am not in them. The absolute truth, God, is everything, but this does not mean that everything is God. For this reason, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees visited the temples of all the demigods, but they did not see them in the same way and personally see them. Everyone should follow in the footsteps of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and visit all temples. Sometimes mundane Jiyas. Suppose that gopis visited the temple of Katyayani in the same way mundane people visit the temple of Devi. However, the gopis prayed for Katyayani to grant them Krishna as their husband, whereas mundaners visit the temple of Katyayani to receive some material profit. That is the difference between Vaishnavas visit and non-devotee visit. Not understanding the process of disciple succession, so-called logicians put forward the theory of Pankopasana, in which a person worships one of 5 deities, namely Vishnu, Shiva, Durga, and sun god or Ganesha. In this conception, the personalists imagine one of these 5 deities as supreme and reject the others. Such philosophical speculation, which is certainly idol worship, is not accepted by Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu or by Vaishnavas. This imaginary deity worship has recently been transformed into Mayavada impersonalism. For want of Krishna consciousness, people are victimized by the Mayavada philosophy, and consequently they sometimes become staunch atheists. However, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu established the process of self-realization by his own personal behavior. As stated in Chaitanya Charitamrta Madhya 8.274, Stavara Jangama dekhe, na dekhe tara murti, sarvatra haya nija ishta deva sabhurti. A Vaishnava never sees the material form of anything, moving or non-moving. Rather, everywhere he looks, he sees the energy of Supreme Personality of Godhead, and immediately he remembers the transcendental form of the Lord. Text 361. Please hear the transcendental pastimes of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with faith and devotion. Giving up envy of the Lord, everyone chant the Lord's holy name, Hari. Text 362. In this age of Kali, there are no genuine religious principles other than those established by Vaishnava devotees and the Vaishnava scriptures. This is the sum and substance of everything. Purport. One must have firm faith in the process of devotional service and the scriptures that support it. If one hears the activities of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with this faith, he can be freed from his envious position. Srimad Bhagavatam is meant for such non-envious persons. Nirmatsa Ranam Satam Satam, Nirvasaranam Satam. In this age a person should not envy Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement, but should chant the holy names of Hari and Krishna, the Maha Mantra. That is the sum and substance of the eternal religion, known as Santana Dharma. In this verse, the word Vaishnava refers to pure devotee and fully realized soul, and the word Vaishnava Shastra refers to Shruti or the Vedas, which are called Shabda Paramana, the evidence of transcendental sound. One who strictly follows the Vedic literature and chants the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead will actually be situated in transcendental disciple succession. Those who want to attain life's ultimate goal must follow this principle. In Srimad Bhagavatam 11.19.17, it is said, Shruti pratyaksham aitidhyam anumanam chatushtayam pramanash anavastakhanat viklapat sa virjatya. Vedic literature, direct perception, history, and hypothesis are the 4 kinds of evidential proofs. Everyone should stick to these principles of the realization of the absolute truth. Text 363. The pastime of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are just like an unfathomable ocean. It is not possible for me to enter into it. Simply standing on the shore but touching the water. Text 364. The more one hears the pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with faith, analytically studying them, the more they attain the exotic riches of love of Godhead. Text 365. Praying by the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunatha, always desiring in their mercy, I, Krishna Dasa, narrate Sri Chaitanya Charitamrta, following in their footsteps. Purport. As usual, the author concludes the chapter by reciting the names of Sri Rupa and Raghunatha and reinstating himself until at their Lord's feet. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta purpose of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila 9th chapter, describing Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's travels to many holy places in South India. Chapter 10, the Lord's return to Jagannatha Puri. While Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was traveling in South India, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya had many talks with King Prataparudra. When Maharaja Prataparudra requested the Bhattacharya to arrange an interview with the Lord, the Bhattacharya assured him that he would try to do so as soon as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned from South India. When the Lord returned to Jagannatha Puri from his South Indian tour, he lived at the home of Kashi Mishra. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya introduced many Vaishnavas to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu after his return. The father of Ramananda Raya, Bhavananda Raya, offered another son named Vaninatha Panayaka for the Lord's service. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu informed his associates about the pollution of Krishnadasa brought about by his association with the Bhattataris, and thus the Lord proposed to give him leave. Nityananda Prabhu sent Krishnadasa to Bengal to inform the Navadvipa devotees about the Lord's return to Jagannatha Puri. All the devotees of Navadvipa just began arranging to come to Jagannatha Puri. At this time, Paramananda Puri was at Navadvipa, and immediately upon hearing news of the Lord's return, he started for Jagannatha Puri, accompanied by Brahmana named Kamala Kanta. Purushottama Bhattacharya, a resident of Navadvipa, was educated at Varanasi. He accepted the renounced order from Chaitanya Nanda, but he took the name of Swarupa. Thus he arrived at the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. After the demise of Sri Ishwarapuri, his disciple Govinda, following his instructions, went to serve Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Due to his relationship with Keshava Bharati, Brahmananda Bharati was also respectfully received by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When he arrived at Jagannatha Puri, he was advised to give up the deerskin clothing he wore. When Brahmananda understood Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu correctly, he accepted him as Krishna himself. However, when Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya addressed Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as Krishna, the Lord immediately protested. In the meantime, Kashishvara Goswami also came to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In this chapter, devotees from many different areas came to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and they are exactly like many rivers that come from many places to finally flow into the sea. Text 1. Translation. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is compared to a cloud that pours water on fields of grain, which are like devotees suffering due to a shortage of rain. Separation from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is like a drought, but when the Lord returns, his presence is like a nectarian rain that falls on all the grain and saves them from perishing. Text 2. All glories to Chaitanya, Lord Chaitanya. All glories to Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to Advaita Chandra. All glories to all devotees of Lord Chaitanya. Text 3. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu departed for South India, King Prataparudra called Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya to his palace. Text 4. When Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya met with the king offered him a seat with all respects and inquired news about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 5. The king said to the Bhattacharya, I have heard that a great personality has come from Bengal and is staying at your home. I have also heard that he is very, very merciful. Text 6. I have also heard that his great personality has shown you great favor. At any rate, this is what I hear from many different people. Now, being merciful upon me, you should do me the favor of arranging an interview. Text 7. The Bhattacharya replies, all that you have heard is true, but as far as an interview is concerned, it is very difficult to arrange. Text 8. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is in the renounced order and is very much detached from worldly affairs. He stays in solitary places and even in dreams he does not grant interviews to a king. Text 9. Still, I would have tried to arrange you an interview, but he has recently left to South India. Text 10. The king asked, why has he left Jagannatha Puri? Purport. The Bhattacharya replies, such are the pastimes of great personality. Text 11. Great saints go to holy places of pilgrimage in order to purify them. For that reason, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is visiting many tirthas and delivering many conditioned souls. Text 12. Saints of your caliber are themselves places of pilgrimage. Because of their purity, they are constant companions of the Lord, and therefore they can purify even the places of pilgrimage. Purport. This verse spoken Maharaja Yudhishthira to Vidura in Srimad Bhagavatam is also quoted from Adi Lila 1.63, text 13. A Vaishnava travels to places of pilgrimage to purify them and reclaim fallen conditioned souls. This is one of the duties of Vaishnava. Actually, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is not a living entity, but the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. Consequently, he is a fully independent controller, yet in his position as a devotee, he carries out the activities of a devotee. Purport. Sri Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakura points out that because there are many permanent residents in holy places who do not precisely follow the rules and regulations governing living in a sacred place, exalted devotees have to go to the places to reclaim such persons. This is the business of Vaishnava. A Vaishnava isn't happy to see others materially enmeshed. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu taught these activities to of a Vaishnava, although he is the worshipable deity of all Vaishnavas. The complete and independent Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is the Purna Shuddha Nitya Mukta, completely uncontaminated and eternally liberated. He is Sanatana, for he has no beginning or end. Text 14. Upon hearing this, the king replied, why did you allow him to leave? Why didn't you fall at his lotus feet and keep him here? Text 15. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself and is completely independent. Being Lord Krishna himself, he is not dependent on anyone. Text 16. Translation. Still, I endeavor very hard to keep him here, but because he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead and completely independent, I was not successful. Text 18, translation. The king said, Bhattacharya, you are the most learned and experienced person I know. Therefore, when you address Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as Lord Krishna, I accept this as the truth. Purport. This is the way to advance in spiritual science. One must accept the words of an acharya, a bona fide spiritual master, to clear the path for spiritual advancement. This is the secret of success. However, one's guide must be a spiritual master who is actually an unalloyed devotee, strictly following the instructions of the previous acharya without deviation. Whatever the spiritual master says must be accepted. Must be accepted. Whatever the spiritual master says must be accepted by the disciple. Only then is success certain. This is the Vedic system. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was a Brahmana and a realized soul. Whereas Parudra was Kshatriya. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was a Brahmana and a realized soul, whereas Parudra was a Kshatriya. Kshatriya kings used to obey very faithfully to the orders of learned Brahmanas and saintly person, and this way they would rule their country. Similarly, Vaishyas used to follow the king's orders, and Shudras used to serve the three higher castes. In this way, the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras used to live cooperatively, performing their respective duties. Consequently, society was peaceful and people were able to discharge the duties of Krishna consciousness. Thus they were happily in this life and able to return home back to Godhead. Text 18. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returns, I wish to see him just once in order to make my eyes perfect. Text 19. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, His Holiness Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will return very soon. I wish to have a nice place ready for him, a place solitary and peaceful. Text 20. Lord Chaitanya's residence should be very secluded and also near the temple of Jagannatha. Please consider this proposal and give me a nice place for him. Text 21. The king replied, Kashi Mishra's house is exactly what you require. It is near the temple and is very secluded, calm and quiet. Text 22. After seeing this, the king became very anxious for the Lord to return. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then went to the Kashi Mishra to convey the king's desire. Text 23. When Kashi Mishra heard the proposal, he said, I'm very fortunate that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Lord of all Prabhus, will stay at my home. Purport. In this verse, the word Prabhupada, referring to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, is significant. Regarding this, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada comments, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, Sri Krishna, and all his servants address him as Prabhupada. This means that there are many Prabhus taking shelter under his lotus feet. The pure Vaishnava is addressed as Prabhu, and his address is an etiquette observed between Vaishnavas. When many Prabhus remain under the shelter of the lotus feet of another Prabhu, the address Prabhupada is given. Sri Nityananda Prabhu and Sri Advaita Prabhu also addressed as Prabhupada. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu, Sri Advaita Prabhu, and Sri Nityananda Prabhu are all Vishnu Tattva, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu. Therefore, all living entities are under their lotus feet. Lord Vishnu is the eternal Lord of everyone, and the representative Lord Vishnu is the Lord's confidential servant. Such a person acts as the spiritual master for neophyte Vaishnavas. Therefore, the spiritual master is as respectable as Sri Krishna Chaitanya or Lord Vishnu himself. For this reason, spiritual master is addressed as Om Vishnupada or Prabhupada. The Acharya, the spiritual master, is generally respected by others as Sri Pada, and the initiated Vaishnavas Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sri Advaita Prabhu, and Sri Nityananda Prabhu are all Vishnu Tattva, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu. Therefore, all living entities are under their lotus feet. Lord Vishnu is the eternal Lord of everyone, and the representative of Lord Vishnu is the Lord's confidential servant. Such a person acts as the spiritual master for neophyte Vaishnavas. Therefore, the spiritual master is as respectable as Sri Krishna Chaitanya or Lord Vishnu himself. For this reason, the spiritual master is addressed as Om Vishnupada or Prabhupada. The Acharya, the spiritual master, is generally respected by others as Shripada, and the initiated Vaishnavas are addressed as Prabhu. Prabhupada and Vishnupada are described in revealed scriptures like Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Caritamrta, and Chaitanya Bhagavad-gīta. In this regard, Chaitanya Bhagavata. In this regard, these scriptures present the evidence accepted by unalloyed devotees. The Prakrita Sahayijiyas are not even worthy of being called Vaishnavas. They think that only caste Goswamis should be called Prabhupada. Such ignorant Sahajiyas call themselves Vaishnava Dasa Anudasa, which means the servant of the Vaishnavas. However, they are opposed to addressing the pure Vaishnava as Prabhupada. In other words, they are envious of bona fide spiritual master who is addressed as Prabhupada, and they can commit themselves offenses by considering a bona fide spiritual master an ordinary human being or a member of a certain caste. Sri Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakura describes such sadhjiyas as most unfortunate. Because of their misconception, they fall into the hellish condition. Text 24. Thus, all residents of Jagannatha Puri, which is also known as Purushottama, become anxious to meet Sri Chaitanya Mahāprabhu again. Text 25. And all the residents of Jagannatha Puri became extremely anxious to meet the Lord again. He returned from South India. Text 26. Hearing the Lord's return, everyone became very happy, and they all went to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and spoke to him as follows. Text 27. Please arrange our meeting with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It is only by your mercy that he can attain the shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord. Text 28. The Bhattacharya replied to the people, tomorrow the Lord will be at the house of Kashi Mishra. I shall arrange for you all to meet him. Text 29. The next day, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu arrived and met with Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya with great enthusiasm to see the temple of Lord Jagannath. Text 30. Also, all the servants of Lord Jagannath derived remnants of the Lord's food to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In return, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraced them all. Text 31. After seeing Lord Jagannath, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu left the temple. The Bhattacharya then took him to the house of Kashi Mishra. Text 32. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu arrived at his house, Kashi Mishra immediately fell down at his lotus feet and surrendered himself and all his possessions. Text 33. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then showed Kashi Mishra his four-armed form. Then, accepting him for his service, the Lord embraced him. Text 34. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu next sat down at the place prepared for him, and all the devotees headed by Lord Nityananda Prabhu surrounded him. Text 35. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu was very happy to see his residential quarters in which all his necessities were taken care of. Text 36. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, "This place is just befitting you. Please accept it. It is the hope of Kashi Mishra that you do." Text 37. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "My body belongs to all of you, therefore I agree to whatever you say." Text 38. After this, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, sitting at the right hand of the Lord, began to introduce all the inhabitants of Purushottama, Jagannatha Puri. Text 39. The Bhattacharya said, "My dear Lord, all these people who are residents of Nilakala, Jagannatha Puri, have been very anxious to meet you." Text 40. In your absence, all these people have been exactly like thirsty Sataka birds crying in disappointment. Kindly accept them. Text 41. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya first introduced Janardana, saying, Here is Janardana, servant of Lord Jagannath. He renders service to the Lord when it is time to renovate his transcendental body. Purport. During Anavasara, after the Snana Yatra ceremony, Lord Jagannath is absent from the temple for 15 days so he can be renovated. This occurs annually. Janardana, who is here being introduced to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, was rendering this service at the time. The renovated population of Lord Jagannath is also known as Navayavana, which indicates the Jagannath deity is being fully restored to use. Text 42, translation. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya continued, "This is Krishna Dasa who carries a golden cane, and here is Shikshi Mahiti, who is in charge of writing." Purport. The person in charge of writing is also called Deula Karana Pada Prapta Karmachari. He is employed especially to write a calendar called Matala Panji. Text 43. This is Padyuma Mishra, who is chief of all Vaishnavas. He is a great servitor of Jagannath, and his name is Dasa. Purport. In Orissa of the Brahmanas have the title Dasa. Generally, it is understood that the word Dasa refers to those other than the Brahmanas, but in Orissa, the Brahmanas use the Dasa title. This is confirmed by Kuli Hata. Actually, everyone is Dasa because everyone is the servant of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In that sense, the bona fide Brahmana has first claim to the appellation of Dasa. Therefore, in this case, the designation Dasa is not incompatible.
Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya, Jai Jai Advaita Chandra, Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasad Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatade Satarane. Continuing in Caitanya Charitamrta, text 44. This is Murari Mahiti, the brother of Shikamahiti, and he has nothing other than your lotus feet. Text 45. Here are Chandaneshwara, Simeshwara, Murari Brahmana, and Vishnudas. They're all constantly engaged in meditating on your lotus feet. This is Paramananda Praharaja, who is also known as Mahāprabhu. He is very intelligent. So,
Bengali, right? Bengali, right? Let me give you the Bengali.
there it is. Which one? Wonderful. Thank you.
Which one were you reading? Which one were you reading? Do you remember the text number?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, there it is. Right there. Great. Text 43. Pradumna Mishra Inha Vaishnava Pradana Jagannathera Maha Soyara Inha Dasanama. Translation. This is Pradumna Mishra, who is chief of all Vaishnavas. He is a great servitor of Jagannath, and his name is Das. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. In Orissa, most of the Brahmins have the title Das. Generally, it is understood that the word Das refers to those other than Brahmins, but in Orissa, the Brahmins use also the Das title. This is confirmed by Chulipat. Actually, everyone is Das because everyone is a servant of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In that sense, the bona fide Brahmin has first claim to the title or appellation Das. Therefore, in this case, the designation Das is not incompatible. Text 44. Murari Mahiti Iha Shiki Mahatirabai Tomara Charana Vinu Aragati Nai. This is Murari Mahiti, the brother of Shiki Mahiti. He has nothing other than your lotus feet. Chandaneshwara, Simheshwara, Murari Brahmana, Vishnudasa Inha Dhyaye Tomara Charana. Here are Chandaneshwara, Simheshwara, Murari Brahman, and Vishnudas. They are all constantly engaged in meditating on your lotus feet. Praharaja Mahapatra Inha Mahamati Paramananda Mahapatra Inhara Samhati. This is Paramananda Paramaraj, Paramananda Praharaja, who is also known as Mahapatra. He is very, very intelligent. Praharaj is the designation given to Brahmins who represent the king when the throne is vacant. In Orissa, between the time of the king's death and the enthronement of another king, a representative must sit on the throne. This representative is called Praharaja. The Praharaja is generally selected from a family of priests close to the king. During the time of Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu, the Praharaj was Paramananda Praharaja. Sava Vaishnava Kshatrera Bhushana Ekanta Bhava Bhave Chinte Sabe Tomara Charana. All these pure devotees serve as ornaments to Jagannath Puri. they're always undeviatingly meditating upon your lotus feet. Sabe, sabe, bhume pade dandavatanya, sava alingila prabhu prasanta kariya. After this introduction, everyone fell to the ground like rods. Being very merciful upon them all, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu embraced each one of them. Hena kale aila tata bapanandarai, Chari putra sange pare Mahaprabhu pai. At this time, Bhavananda Roy appeared with 4 of his sons, and all of them fell down at the lotus feet of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Bhavananda Roy had 5 sons, one of whom was the exalted personality known as Ramananda Roy. Bhavananda Roy first met Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu after his return from South India. At that time, Ramananda Roy was still serving at his government post. Therefore, when Bhavananda Roy went to see Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, he went with his other 4 sons. They were named Vaninath, Gopinath, Kalanidhi, and Sudanidhi. A description of Bhavananda Roy and his 5 sons is given in the Adi Lila 10, 133 through 134. Sarvabhauma kahe raya Bhavananda, Inhara Patama Putra Raya Ramananda. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya continued, this is Bhavananda Roy, the father of Sri Ramananda Roy, who is his first son. Tabe Mahaprabhu Prabhu Tanre Kaila Alingana Stuti Kari Kahe Ramananda Vivarana. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu embraced Bhavananda Roy and with great respect spoke of his son Ramananda Roy. Ramananda Hena Ratna Yanhara Tanaya Tanhara Mahima Loke Kahana Nayaya. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu honored Bhavananda Roy by saying, the glories of a person who has a jewel of a son like Ramananda Roy cannot be described within this mortal world. Sakshat Pandu Tumi Tomara Patni Kunti Pancha Pandava Tomara Pancha Putra Mahamati. You are Maharaj Pandu himself, and your wife is Kunti Devi herself. All your highly intellectual sons are representatives of the 5 Pandavas. Raya Kahe Ami Shudra Vishayi Adhama Tabutumi Sparsha Ishvara Lakshana. After hearing Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's praise, Bhavananda Roy submitted, I am in the 4th class of the social order, and I engage in mundane affairs. Although I am very fallen, you have still touched me. This is proof that you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 5:18, Vidya Vinaya Sampane Brahmane Gavihastani Shuni Chaiva Svapake Cha Pandita Samadarshana. The humble sage, by virtue of true knowledge, see with equal vision a learned and gentle Brahman, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog eater, outcast. Those who are highly advanced in spiritual understanding do not care about a person's material condition. A spiritually advanced person sees the spiritual identity of every living being, and consequently, he makes no distinction between a learned Brahmin, dog, Chandala, or anyone else. He is not influenced by the material body, but sees a person's spiritual identity. Consequently, Bhavananda Roy appreciated Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's statement, which showed that the Lord did not consider the social position of Bhavananda Roy, who belonged to the Shudra caste, engaged in mundane activities. Rather, the Lord considered the spiritual position of Bhavananda Roy along with that of Ramananda Roy and his brothers. The servant of the Lord is also similarly inclined. He gives shelter to any person, any living entity, regardless of whether he belongs to a Brahmin family or Chandala family. The spiritual master reclaims all people and encourages everyone in spiritual life. By taking shelter of such a devotee, one can make his life successful, as confirmed in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 2nd canto, chapter 4, verse 18. Kirita Hanandra Pulinda Pulaksha Abhirasubha Yavana Ashadahaya Yene Papaya Apashraya Shraya Sujanti Tasmai Prabhavishnave Namah. Kiritas, Punas, Andras, Pulindas, Pulaksas, Abhiras, Sumbas, Yavanas, and members of the Kasha race, even though others who are addicted to sinful acts can be purified by taking shelter of the devotees of the Lord due to his being the supreme power. I beg to offer my respectful obeisances unto him. Whoever takes shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead or his pure devotee is elevated to the special order and purified from material contamination. This is also confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita by Krishna, chapter 9, text 32. Mami parta vyapasritya yepish true papayonaya Shriyo Vaishastata Shudras te piyanti param gatim. O son of Prita, those who take shelter in me, though they be of lower birth, women, Vaishyas, merchants, and Shudras, workers, can attain the supreme destination. Text 55. Nija Griha Vita Pritya Pancha Putra Sane Atma Samarpilun Ami Tomara Charane. Appreciating Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's favor, Bhavananda Roy also said, along with my home, riches, servants, and 5 sons, I surrender myself at your lotus feet. Purport. This is the process of surrender. As Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur sings, Manasa deha geha kichu morha arpilantu ya pare nanda kishore. When one surrenders unto the lotus feet of the Lord, he does so with everything in his possession, his house, his body, his mind, and whatever else he possesses. If there is any obstruction to his surrendering process, one should immediately give that up without attachment. If one can surrender with all his family members, there is no need to take sannyas. However, if the surrendering process is hampered by so-called family members, one should immediately give them up to complete the surrendering process. Text 56. Evani natarahibe tomara charane Yave agyataha karibe sevane. This son, Vainath, will remain at your lotus feet to always immediately attend to your orders and serve you. Text 57. Atmiya jnane more sankocha nakaribe ye yave icha have se agya dive. My dear Lord, please consider me your relative. Do not hesitate to order whatever you desire at any time you desire. Text 58. Prabhu kahe ki sankocha tumi nahapara janame tanme tumi amara savam se kinkara. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu accepted Bhavananda Roy's offer, saying, I accept without hesitation, because you are not an outsider. Birth after birth, you have been my servant along with your family members. Text 59. Dina Panchas Sata Pintare Asibe Ramananda Tanra Sange Purnahave Amara Ananda. Sri Ramananda Roy is coming within 5 to 7 days. As soon as he arrives, my desires will be fulfilled. I take great pleasure in his company. Text 60. Etabali Prabhu Panre Kaila Alingana Tanra Putra Sava Shire Darila Charana. Saying that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu embraced Bhavananda Roy, the Lord then touched the heads of his sons with his lotus feet. Text 61. Tabe Mahaprabhu Prabha Tabe Mahaprabhu Tanre Gare Pataila Vaninata Patanayake Nikate Rakila. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then sent Bhavananda Roy back to his home, and he kept only Vaninath Patanayaka in his personal service. Text 62. Bhattacharya Sambaloke Beḍā-kīrtana Tabe Prabhu Kala Krishna Dase Bolaila. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then asked all the people to leave. Afterwards, Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu called for Kala Krishna Das, who had accompanied the Lord during his South Indian tour. Prabhu Kahe Bhattacharya Shunaha Inhara Charita Dakshina Achila Inha Amara Sahita. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, "My dear Bhattacharya, just consider the character of this man who went with me to South India. Bhattacharya Kache Gela Amare Chariya Bhatta Tari Haitin Hare Ani Lun Udariya." He left my company to associate with the Bhattaharis, but I rescued him from their company and brought him here. Eve Ami Inhan Ani Caitanya Vidaya Yathan Icha Yaha Ama Sane Nahi Aradaya. Now that I have brought him here, I'm asking him to leave. Now he can go wherever he likes, and I'm no longer responsible for him. Purport. Kala Krishnadas was influenced and allured by nomads or gypsies who enticed him with women. Maya is so strong that Kala Krishnadas left Caitanya Mahaprabhu's company to join gypsy women. Even though a person may associate with Caitanya Mahaprabhu, he may still be allured by Maya and leave the Lord's company to his slight independence. Only one who is overwhelmed by Maya can be so unfortunate as to leave Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's company. Yet unless one is very conscientious, the influence of Maya can drag one away, even though he be the personal assistant of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. And what to speak of others? The Bhattaharis used to increase their numbers by using women to allure outsiders. This is factual evidence showing that it is possible at any time to fall down from the Lord's association. One need only misuse his little independence. Once fallen and separated from the Supreme Personality of Godhead's association, one becomes a candidate for suffering in the material world. Although rejected by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Kala Krishnadas was given another chance, as the following verses relate. Text 66. Eta Shuri Krishna Dasa Kadite Lagila Mahayana Karite Mahaprabhu Chalekela. Hearing the Lord reject him, Kala Krishnadas began to cry. However, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, not caring for him, immediately left to take his noon lunch. Text 67. Nityananda Jagadananda Mukunda Damodara Chari Jane Yukti Tavi Kaila Antar. After this, the other devotees, headed by Nityananda Prabhu, Jagadananda, Mukunda, and Damodar, began to consider a certain plan. Purport. Even though a person is rejected by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the devotees of the Lord do not reject him. Therefore, the Lord's devotees are more merciful than the Lord himself. Srila Narottam Das Thakur thus sings, Chadiya Vaishnava Seva Nistara Peyechakeva. One cannot be relieved from the material clutches without engaging in the service of pure devotees. The Lord himself may sometimes be very hard, but the devotees are always kind. Thus, Kala Krishnadas received the mercy of the four devotees mentioned above. Text 68. Gaura Deshe Pathaite Chahi Eka Jana Aike Kam Yai Prapurha Agamana. The Lord's four devotees considered, we want a person to go to Bengal just to inform Sachi Mata about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's arrival at Jagannath Puri. Text 69. Advaita Srivasari Yata Bhaktagana Sabe Asibe Shuni Prabhura Agamana. After hearing the news of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's arrival, devotees like Advaita and Srivas will certainly come to see him. Text 70. Krishna dase dipa gaude patana etakahe tarhe rakhilena aspasiha. Let us therefore send Krishnadas to Bengal. Saying this, they kept Krishnadas engaged in the service of the Lord and gave him assurance. Purport. Because Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu rejected him, Kala Krishnadas became very, very sorry and began to cry. Therefore, the Lord's devotees took compassion on him, gave him assurance, and encouraged him to continue to engage in the Lord's service. Text 71. Aradine Prabhustane Kaila Nibadana Agya Deha Gauta Desha Hatai Ekajana. The next day, all the devotees asked Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, please give permission for a person to go to Bengal. Text 72. Tomhara Dakshina Gamana Shuni Sachi Ai Advait Dadi Bhakta Saba Ache Dukkha Pai. Mother Sachi and all the devotees headed by Advaita Prabhu are all very unhappy due to not receiving news about return from your South Indian tour. Text 73. Ekajana Yai Kahu Shubha Samachara Prabhu Kai Se Kara Ye Icha Tomara. One person should go to Bengal and inform them about the auspicious news of your return to Jagannath Puri. Purport. Upon hearing this, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, do whatever you decide. Text 74. Tabe se Krishna daste gare pataila Vaishnava sabhake dite Mahāprasada lila. In this way, Kala Krishna Das was sent to Bengal and he was given sufficient quantities of the Lord Jagannath's food, remnants, to distribute there. Text 75. Habe Gona Deshi Aila Kala Krishna Das Nava Dvipe Gela Tanha Tenha Sachi Ai Pash. Thus, Kala Krishna Das went to Bengal and he first went to Navadvip to see Mother Sachi. Text 76. Mahaprasad Tanre Kaila Namaskara Dakshina Haite Aila Prabhu Kahe Samachara. Upon reaching Mother Sachi, Kala Krishna Das first offered his obeisances and delivered the food remnants, Mahaprasad. He then informed her of the good news that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu had returned from his South Indian tour. Text 77. Shuniya Anandita Haila Sachi Mataramana Srivasari Arayata Yata Bhaktagana. This good news gave much pleasure to Mother Sachi, as well as to all the devotees of Navadvip, headed by Srivas Thakur. Text 78. Sunya Saparahila Parama Ulas Advaita Acharya Grihe Gela Krishna Das. Hearing of Lord Chaitanya's return to Puri, everyone became very glad. Krishnadas next went to the house of Advaitacharya. Text 79. Acharya Prasada Diyakari Namaskara Samyak Kaila Mahaprabhu Samachara. After paying him respectful obeisances, Krishnadas offered Mahaprasadam to Advaitacharya. He then informed him of the news of Lord Chaitanya in complete detail. Text 80. Shuni Acharya Gosainira Ananda Haila Prema Veshe Hunkara Bahu Nritya Gita Kaila. When Advaitacharya Goswami heard of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's return, he became very pleased. In his great ecstasy of love, he made a rumbling sound and danced and chanted for a long time. Haridasa Thakurera Haila Parama Ananda Vasudeva Datta Gupta Murari Sena Shivananda. Also hearing this auspicious news, Haridas Thakur became very pleased. So also did Vasudev Datta, Murari Gupta, and Shivananda Sen. Text 82. Acharya Ratna Arapandit Vrakeshwara Acharya Nidhi Arapandit Gadadhar. Acharya Ratna, Vrakeshwara Pandit, Acharya Nidhi, and Gadadhar Pandit were all very pleased to hear this news. Text 83. Sri Rama Pandit, Ara Pandit, Damodara, Sriman Pandit, Ara Vijaya, Sridhara. Translation. Sri Ram Pandit, Damodar Pandit, Sriman Pandit, Vijay, and Sridhar were also very pleased to hear it. Text 84. Bhargava Pandit, Ara Acharya Nandana, Kateka Kahiba Ara Yata Prabhura Gana. Raghava Pandit, Nandana Acharya, and all the devotees became very satisfied. How many can I describe? Text 85. Shunniya Sabara Haila Parama Ulas Sabe Meli Gela Sri Advaitera Pas. Everyone was very pleased, and they all gathered together at the house of Advaitacharya. Acharya Yera Sabe Kaila Charana Vandana Acharya Goshani Sabare Kaila Alingana. All the devotees offered respectful obeisances at the lotus feet of Advaitacharya, and in return, Advaitacharya embraced them all. Dina Duitina Acharya Mahotsava Kaila Nilachala Yaite Acharya Yukti Dridha Kaila. Advaitacharya then held a festival that lasted 2 or 3 days. Thereafter, they all made a firm decision to go to Jagannath Puri. Sabe Meli Navadvipe Ekatra Hana Niladri Chalila Sachimantara Agyalana. All the devotees met together at Navadvip and with Mother Sachi's permission departed for Niladri, Jagannath Puri. Text 89. Prabhura Samachara Suni Kulina Gramabasi Satyaraja Ramananda Milila Sabe Asi. The inhabitants of Kulinagram, Satyaraj, Ramananda, and all the other devotees were there and came and joined Advaitacharya. Text 90. Mukunda Narahari Raghunananda Kanda Haite Acharyara Pani Aila Nilachala Yaite. Translation. Mukunda Narahari Raghunandana and all the others came from Kanda to Advaitacharya's home to accompany him to Jagannath Puri. Text 91. Se kale dakshina haite paramananda puri Ganga tire tire aila Nadia Nagari. Translation. At that time, Paramananda Puri came from South India. Traveling along the banks of the Ganges, he ultimately reached the town of Nadia. Text 92. Aira Mandire Suke Karila Vishrama Ai Tanre Bhiksha Dila Karya Samana. At Navadvip, Paramananda Puri took his board and lodging at the house of Sachimata. She provided him with everything very respectfully. Text 93. Pabura Agamana Tenha Ta Hani Shunhila Shigara Nilachala Yaite Tandra Icha Haila. While residing at the house of Sachimata, Paramananda Puri heard the news of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's return to Jagannath Puri. He therefore decided to go there as soon as possible. Text 94. Prabhura Eka Bhakta Dvija Kamala Kanta Nama Hanre Lanya Nilachale Karila Prayana. Translation. There was a devotee of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's named Dvija Kamalakanta, whom Paramananda Puri took with him to Jagannath Puri. Text 95. Sadvari Asiya Tenha Milila Prabhure Prabhura Ananda Haila Hanyatan Hare. Paramananda Puri very soon arrived at Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's place. The Lord was very happy to see him. Parame para prema veshe kaila tanha charana vandana tenha prema veshe kaila prapure angalingana. Translation: in great ecstasy of love, the Lord worshipped the lotus feet of Paramananda Puri, and in turn, Paramananda Puri embraced the Lord in great ecstasy. Prabhu kahe, Toma sange, rahinte, manchahaya, more kripakari kara, niladri ashraya. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, please stay with me and thus show me favor, accepting the shelter of Jagannath Puri. Text 98. Puri kahe Toma sange rahite vachakari, Gauda haite chali alana. Nilachala Puri. Paramananda Puri replied, I also wish to stay with you, therefore I have come to Bengal, Gauda, to Jagannath Puri. Text 99. Dakshina Haite Shuni Tomara Agamana Sachi Anandita Ara Yata Bhakta Gana. At Navadvip, Mother Sachi and all the other devotees were very glad to hear about your return from South India. Text 100. Sabi asitachene tomaradi dekite tana sampara vilamba deki alana tavarite. They're all coming here to see you, but seeing that they were delayed, I came along quickly. 101, text 101. Kashi Mishera Avase Nibrite Ekagara Prabhu Tanre Dila Ara Sevara Kinkara. There was a solitary room at Kashi Mishra's house, and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu gave it to Paramananda Puri. He also gave him a servant. Text 102. Aradine Aila Svarupa Damodara Prabhura Atyanta Marami Rasara Sagara. Translation. Swarup Damodar also arrived the next day. He was a very intimate friend of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's, and he was an ocean of transcendental mellows. Purport. Swarup is one of the names of a brahmachari in Shankaracharya's disciplic succession. In the Vedic discipline, there are 10 names for sannyasis, and it is customary for a brahmachari assisting a sannyasi of the designation tirtha or ashram to receive the title Swarup. Damodar Swarup was formerly a resident of Navadvip, and his name was Purushottamacharya. When he went to Varanasi, he took sannyas from a sannyasi designated tirtha. Although he received the title of Swarup in his brahmacharya stage, he did not change his name when he took sannyas. Actually, as a sannyasi, he should have been called tirtha, but he chose to retain his original brahmacharya title of Swarup. Text 103. Purushottamacharya Tanra Nama Purvashrame Navadvipe Chiratena Prabhurvacharane. Translation. When Swarup Damodar was residing at Navadvip under the shelter of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, his name was Purushottamacharya. Text 104. Prabhura Sanyasa Deke Unmatahanya Sanyasa Grihana Kaya Varanasi Giha. After seeing that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the renounced order, Purushottamacharya became like a madman and immediately went to Varanasi to take sannyas. Text 105. Chaitanya Nanda Guru Tanra Agya Dilena Tanre Vedanta Padya Pano Samasta Lokare. At the conclusion of his sannyas, his spiritual master Chaitananda Bharati ordered him, read the Vedanta Sutra and teach to all others. Parama Viraktatena Parama Pandit Kayamane Asriyache Sri Krishna Charit Swarup Damodar was a great renunciant, as well as a learned scholar. With heart and soul, he took shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. Nischinte Krishna Bhajiva Eta Karane Unmade Karila Tenha Sanyasa Grahane. He was very enthusiastic to worship Sri Krishna without disturbance, and therefore, almost in madness, he accepted the sannyas order. Text 108. Sannyasa Karila Shika Sutra Tyaga Rupa Yoga Patana Nila Namahila Swarupa. Upon accepting sannyas, Purushottamacharya followed the regulative principles by giving up his tuft of hair and sacred thread, but he did not accept the saffron-colored dress. Also, he did not accept the sannyas title, but remained Naishtika Brahmachari. Purport by Prabhupada. There are regular principles governing the renounced order. One has to perform 8 kinds of shraddha. One must offer oblations to one's forefathers and perform sacrifice of Raja Homa. Then one must cut off the tuft of hair called a sika and also give up the sacred thread. These are preliminary processes in this acceptance of sannyas, and Swarup Damodar accepted all these. However, Purushottamacharya did not accept the saffron color, a sannyas name, or a danda, and for this reason, he retained his brahmachari name. Actually, Purushottamacharya did not accept the sannyas order formally, but he renounced worldly life. He did not want to be disturbed by the formality of the sannyas order. He simply wanted to worship Lord Sri Krishna without disturbance. Therefore, with heart and soul, he took up the renounced order, but not the formalities accompanying it. Renunciation means not doing anything but serving the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. When one acts on this platform trying to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one is both sannyasi and yogi. This is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, text 1. Sri Bhagavanu Vacha Anashrita Karma Palam Karyam Karma Karotiha Sannyasi Cha Yogi Cha Na Nira Na Chakriya. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, one who is unattached to the fruits of his work and who works as he is obligated is in the renounced order of life, and he is the true mystic, not he who lights no fire and performs no work. Text 109. Guru Tani Agyamagi Ayala Nila Chale Ratri Dine Krishna Prema Ananta Vivale. After taking permission from his sannyas guru, Swarup Damodar went to Nilachala and accepted the shelter of Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu. Then, all day and night, in ecstatic love of Krishna, he enjoyed transcendental mellows in the loving service of the Lord. Text 110. Pandityara avadi vakyanahi karasane nirjane rakai loka sabanahi jane. Swarup Damodar was the limit of all learned scholarship, but he did not exchange words with anyone. He simply remained in a solitary place, and no one could understand where he was. Text 111. Krishna rasa tattva veta deha prema rupa sakshar Mahāprabhura dvitiyas swarupa. Sri Swarup Damodar was a personification of ecstatic love, fully cognizant of the transcendental mellows in relationship with Krishna. He directly represented Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu as his second expansion. Text 112. Ranta shloka gita keha Prabhu Pashayane Swarupa Parikshakai Pancha Prabhu Sune. If someone wrote a book or composed verses and songs and wanted to recite them before Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu, Swarup Damodar would first examine them and then correctly present them. Only then would Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu agree to listen. Text 113. Bhakti Siddhanta Viruddha Ara Rasabhas Shunite Nahaya Prabhura Chittara Ulas. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu was never pleased to hear books or verses opposed to the conclusive statements of devotional service. The Lord did not like hearing rasabhas, the overlapping of transcendental mellows. Purport by Prabhupada. Bhaktisiddhanta Viruddha refers to that which is against the principle of unity and diversity, philosophically known as achinta bheda bheda, simultaneous one and difference. Whereas rasabhas is something that may appear to be a transcendental mellow, but actually is not. Those who are pure Vaishnavas should avoid both these things as opposed to devotional service. These misconceptions practically parallel the Mayavad philosophy. If one indulges in Mayavad philosophy, he gradually falls down from the platform of devotional service. By overlapping mellows, rasavas, one eventually becomes a prakrita sahaja and takes everything to be very easy. One may also become a member of the Baula community and gradually become attracted to material activities. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu has therefore advised us to avoid Bhakti Siddhanta Viruddha and Rasavas. In this way, the devotee can remain pure and free from fall downs. Everyone should try to remain aloof from Bhakti Siddhanta Viruddha and Rasavas. Text 114. Ataiva Svarupa Age Kare Parekshana Shrudahaya Yai Prabhure Karanas Shravana. It was the practice of Swarup Damodar Goswami to examine all literatures to find out whether their conclusions were correct. Only then would he allow them to be heard by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur says that if something impedes the execution of devotional service, it should be understood to be impure. Pure devotees of the Lord do not accept impure principles. Impure devotees accept rasavas or overlapping, contradictory mellows, and other principles opposed to the bhakti path. The followers of such impure principles are never accepted as pure devotees. There are many parties following the path of rasavas, and the followers are sometimes adored by ordinary men. Those who adopt the conclusions of rasavas and Bhaktisiddhanta Viruddha are never accepted as devotees of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. Swarup Damodar Goswami never approved such followers as Gaudiya Vaishnavas, nor did he allow them to even meet the Supreme Personality, the Supreme Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Vidyapati Chandida Sri Gita Govinda Etina Gite Karana Prabhura Ananda. Sri Swarup Damodar used to read the poems of Vidyapati and Chandidas and Jayadev Goswami Sri Gita Govinda. He used to make Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu very happy by singing these songs. Text 116. Sangite Gandharva Sama Shastre Brihaspati Damodara Sama Ara Nahi Mati. Swarup Damodar was as expert a musician as the Gandharvas, and in scriptural discussions, he was like Brihaspati, the priest of the heavenly gods. Therefore, it is to be concluded that there was no great personality quite like Swarup Damodar. Purport. Swarup Damodar Goswami was very expert in music as well as Vedic scriptures. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu used to call him Damodar because of his expert singing and musical skills. The name Damodar was given by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and added to the name given by his sannyas guru. He was therefore known as Swarup Damodar or Damodar Swarup. He compiled a book of music named Sangit Damodar. Text 117. Advaita Nityanandara Parama Priyatama Srivasari Bhakta Ganera Haya Prana Sama. Sri Swarup Damodar was very dear to Advaitacharya and Nityananda Prabhu, and he was the life and soul of all devotees, headed by Srivas Thakur. Se Damodara Asi Dandavat Aila Charane Padiya Shloka Pandite Alagila. When Swarup Damodar came to Jagannath Puri, he fell flat before the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, offering him obeisances and reciting a verse. Hello, Dunita Kedaya Vishadaya Pranmiladamodaya Samachastra Vivadaya Rasadaya Chittaro Pitonmadaya Shashvad Bhakti Vinodaya Samadaya Madhurya Maryadaya Sri Caitanya Dayanide Tavadaya Bhuyadamandoyadaya. Translation. O ocean of mercy, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, let there be an awakening of your auspicious mercy, which easily drives away all kinds of material lamentation by making everything pure and blissful. Indeed, your mercy awakens transcendental bliss and covers all material pleasures. By your auspicious mercy, quarrels and disagreements arising from different scriptures are vanquished. Your auspicious mercy pours forth transcendental mellows and thus causes the heart to jubilate. Your mercy, which is full of joy, always stimulates devotional service and glorifies conjugal love of God. May transcendental bliss be awakened within my heart by your causeless mercy. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. This important verse, Sri Caitanya Daya Nataka 8:10, specifically describes the Lord's causeless mercy. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur explains that Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, who is the most magnanimous personality of Godhead, distributes his causeless mercy in three ways to the conditioned soul. Every living entity is morose in the material world because he is always in want. He undergoes a great struggle for existence and tries to minimize his miserable condition by squeezing the utmost pleasure out of this world. But the living entity is never successful in this endeavor. While in a miserable condition, a person sometimes seeks the favor of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but this is very difficult for materialistic people to obtain. However, when one becomes Krishna conscious by the graces of the Lord, the fragrance of the lotus feet of the Lord expands. And in this way, a materialist may gain freedom from his miseries. Actually, his mind is cleansed by his transcendental connection with the lotus feet of the Lord. At such a time, one is enlightened by the loving service of the Lord. There are many different kinds of scriptures, and by reading them, one often becomes puzzled. But when one receives the mercy of the Lord, his confusion is mitigated. Not only are scriptural disparities resolved, but a kind of transcendental bliss is awakened. And in this way, one is fully satisfied. The transcendental loving service of the Lord constantly engages the conditioned soul in serving the Lord's lotus feet. Through such fortunate engagement, one's transcendental love for Krishna is increased. One's position is thus completely purified, and one is filled with transcendental bliss accompanied by the spirit soul's jubilation. Thus, the transcendental causeless mercy of Lord Krishna is manifested in the heart of the devotee. At such a time, material needs no longer exist. The lamentation that invariably accompanies material desires also vanishes. By the grace of the Lord, one is elevated to the transcendental position, and then the transcendental mellows of spiritual world are manifested in him. One's devotional service then becomes firm, and one engages in the Lord's transcendental loving service with great determination. All these combine to fully awaken the devotee's heart with love of Krishna. In the beginning, a conditioned soul is bereft of Krishna consciousness and is always morose in his material activities. Later, by associating with a pure devotee, one becomes inquisitive to know the absolute truth. In this way, one begins to engage in the transcendental service of the Lord. Next, by the Lord's grace, all misconceptions are vanquished, and the heart is cleansed of all material dirt. It is only then that the pleasure of transcendental bliss is awakened. By the Lord's mercy, one is completely convinced of the value of devotional service. When one can see the pastimes of the Lord everywhere, he is firmly situated in transcendental bliss. Such a devotee is relieved of all kinds of material desires, and he preaches the glories of the Lord all over the world. These Krishna conscious activities separate him from material activities and the desire for liberation, because at every step, the devotee feels himself connected with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Although such a devotee may sometimes be involved in household life, he is untouched by material existence due to his constant engagement in devotional service. Thus, everyone is advised to take shelter of devotional service and become happy and liberated. Text 120. Uttana Mahāprabhu Kaila Alinkana Duijane Prema Veshe Kaila Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu raised Swarup Damodar to his feet and embraced him. They both became ecstatic in love and fell unconscious. Text 121. Kata Shane Dui Chane Stiraya Behaila Tabe Mahaprabhu Tare Kahita Lagila. Translation. After they had regained their patience, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu began to speak. Tumiye asibe aji spapnate dakila balahaila andayena dui nitrapaila. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, I saw in a dream that you were coming, and so this is very auspicious. I have been like a blind man, but your coming here restores my vision. Text 123. Swarupakahe Prabhu Mora Shama Aparana Toma Chari Anyatra Jenu Karinu Pramada. Swarup said, my dear Lord, please excuse my offense. I gave up your company to go elsewhere, but that was my great mistake. Text 124. Tomara Charnane Mora Nahi Prema Lesha Toma Chari Papi Muni Janu Anyadesha. My dear Lord, I do not possess even a trace of love for your lotus feet. If I did, how could I have gone to another country? I am therefore a most sinful man. 125. Muni Toma Chadila Tumi Morana Chadila Kripa Pase Gela Pandi Charane Anila. Translation. I gave up your company, but you did not give me up. By your rope of mercy, you have bound me by the neck and brought me back again to your lotus feet. Text 126. Habe Swarupa Kaila Nityara Charana Vandana Nityananda Prabhu Kaila Prema Alingana. Swarup Damodar then worshipped the lotus feet of Nityananda Prabhu, and Nityananda Prabhu in turn embraced him in the ecstasy of love. Jaganananda Mukunda Shankara Sarvabhauma Sabasange Yata Yogya Karila Milana. Translation. After worshipping Nityananda Prabhu, Swarup Damodar met Jaganananda Mukunda Shankar and Sarvabhauma, as was befitting. Text 128. Paramananda Purira Kaila Charana Bandana Puri Gosani Tanre Kaila Prema Alingana. Swarup Damodar also offered his worshipful prayers at the lotus feet of Paramananda Puri, who in return embraced him in ecstatic love. Text 129. Mahāprabhu Tila Tanre Nibrite Basakara Chalari Parichari Lagi Dila Evika Kinkara. Translation. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then gave Swarup Damodar residence in a solitary place and ordered a servant to serve him with a supply of water and other necessities. Text 130. Aradina Sarvabhauma Adi Bhakta Sanghe Vasya Atena Mahaprabhu Krishna Katarange. The next day, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu sat with all the devotees headed by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and they discussed the pastimes of Krishna. Hena kale govindera haila agamana nandavat kahe vinaya vachana. At that time, Govinda appeared on the scene, offered his respectful obeisances, and spoke submissively. Text 132. Ishvara Purhira Pritya Govinda Moranama Puri Goshanira Agyaye Anutomara Stana. I am the servant of Ishvara Puri. My name is Govinda, and following the orders of my spiritual master, I have come here. Shri Kishore Kishore Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Marani Ki Jai Shri Shri Gaurnika Shri Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Maharaj Prabhupada Thakur Ki Jai Hey Shri Bhaktivinoda Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Okay.
You can cut it.
I can't try this here. My hearing is so bad.
You can continue reading.
Oh, right through Archie?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. All right, let's see. Shira, text 133. Shira Prapti Kale Gosani Agya Kailamori Krishna Caitanya Nikate Rahi Se Vihara Tanhare. Just before his departure from this mortal world to attain the highest perfection, Ishvara Puri told me that I should go to Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu and render service unto him. Text 134. Kashipara Asibena Sabatirtha Dekiya Prabhu Agyaya Muni Anutoma Padedana. Translation. Kashipara will also come here after visiting all the holy places. However, following the orders of my spiritual master, I have hastily come to be present at your lotus feet. Gosani Kahila Purishvara Vatsaya Karimore Kripa Karimoratan Atayela Tomare. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied, my spiritual master Ishvara Puri always favors me with paternal affection. Therefore, out of his causeless mercy, he has sent you here. Eta Suni Sarva Bhoma Prabhure Pujila Puri Gosani Shudra Sevaka Kanheta Rakila. After hearing this, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya asked Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, why did Ishvara Puri keep a servant who comes from a Shudra family? Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Both Kashishvara and Govinda were personal servants of Ishvara Puri. After Ishvara Puri's demise, Kashishvara went to visit all the holy places of India. Following the orders of his spiritual master, Govinda immediately went to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu for shelter. Govinda came from a Shudra family, but because he was initiated by Ishvara Puri, he was certainly a Brahmin. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya here asked Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu why Ishvara Puri accepted a disciple from a Shudra family. According to the Smriti Shastra, which gives directions for the management of the Varnashram institution, a Brahmin cannot accept a disciple from the lower castes. In other words, a Kshatriya, Vaishya, or Shudra cannot be accepted as a servant. If a spiritual master accepts such a person, he is contaminated. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya therefore asked why Ishvara Puri accepted a servant or a disciple born of a Shudra family. In answer to this question, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu replied that his spiritual master, Ishvara Puri, was so empowered that he was as good as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As such, Ishvara Puri was the spiritual master of the whole world. He was not a servant or any mundane. He was not a servant of any mundane rule or regulation. An empowered spiritual master like Ishvara Puri can bestow his mercy upon anyone, irrespective of caste or creed. The conclusion is that an empowered spiritual master is authorized by Krishna and his own guru, and should therefore be considered as good as the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. That is the verdict of Vishwanath Chakravarti, Sakshat Daritena. An authorized spiritual master is as good as Hari, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As Hari is free to act as he likes, the empowered spiritual master is also free. As Hari is not subject to mundane rules and regulations, the spiritual master empowered by him is also not subject. According to Caitanya Caritamrta, Anjali Lila 7:11, Krishna Shakti Bina Nahi Tara Pravartana. An authorized spiritual master, empowered by Krishna, can spread the glories of the holy names of the Lord, for he has the power of attorney from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the mundane world, anyone possessing his master's power of attorney can act on behalf of his master. Similarly, a spiritual master empowered by Krishna through his own bona fide spiritual master should be considered as good as the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. That is the meaning of Sakshat Daritvain. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu, therefore, describes the activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and bona fide spiritual master as follows. Prabhu kahe Ishvarahaya param svatantra Ishvarara kripanahe Veda paratantra. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu said, both the Supreme Personality of Godhead and my master, Ishvara Puri, are completely independent. Therefore, neither the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead nor that of Ishvara Puri is subject to any Vedic rules and regulations. Text 138. Ishvarera kripa jati kuladi namane vidurera gare Krishna karya abhojane. The mercy of the Supreme Personality. Okay. All right.
Translation. The mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is not restricted to the jurisdiction of taste and play. Vidura was a Shudra, yet Krishna accepted lunch at his home. Text 139. Sneha Nishapeksha Vaprashi Krishna Para Sneha Vasahana Kare Swatantra Achara. Translation. Lord Krishna's mercy is dependent only on affection. Being obliged only by affection, Lord Krishna acts very independently. Purport. Lord Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is merciful, but his mercy does not depend on mundane rules and regulations. It is dependent only on affection and nothing else. Service to Lord Krishna can be rendered in 2 ways. One can serve the Lord in affection or in veneration. When service is rendered in affection, it is the Lord's special mercy. When service is rendered in veneration, it is doubtful, whether Krishna's mercy is actually involved. If Krishna's mercy is there, it is not dependent on any prescribed case or creed. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu wanted to inform Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya that Lord Krishna is the spiritual master of everyone, and he does not care for mundane case, caste, or creed. Therefore, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu cited the example of Lord Krishna's accepting food in the house of Vidura, who was a Shudra by birth. By the same token, Ishvara Puri, an empowered spiritual master, could show mercy to anyone. As such, he accepted Govinda, although the boy was born in a Shudra family. When Govinda was initiated, he became a Brahmana and was accepted as Ishvara Puri's personal servant. In the Hari Bhakti Vilasa, Sri Sanatana Goswami states that one who is initiated by a bona fide spiritual master immediately becomes a Brahmana. A pseudo spiritual master cannot transform a person into Brahmana, but an authorized spiritual master can do so. This is averred with all Shastra, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and all the Goswamis. Text 140. Maryada haite koti sukhasneha achanane paramavanda hayayava nama shravane. Translation. In conclusion, dealings and affection with the Supreme Personality of Godhead will bring happiness many millions of times greater than dealings with Him in awe and veneration. Simply by hearing the holy name of the Lord, the devotees merge into transcendental bliss. Text 101. Etapali Govindarya Karla Alingana Govinda Karla Pura Sarana. Translation. After saying this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu praised Govinda, and Govinda in turn offers his respectful obeisances unto Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's lotus. Text 142. Prabhu kahe Vatacharya Karmandarisara Guru Karahaya Manyasya Amara. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then continued speaking to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Consider this point. The servant of the spiritual master is always respected of the Guru. Text 143. Tanhare Avana Seva Karaitena Yuyaya Guru Achna Diyai Hena Kikari Upaya. Translation. As such, it is not befitting that the Guru's servant should engage in my personal service. If my spiritual master has given this order, what shall I do? Purport. A Guru's servants or disciples are all god-brothers to one another, and as such they should all respect one another as Prabhu or Master. No one should disrespect his god-brother. For this reason, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya what to do about Govinda. Govinda was a personal servant of Ishvara Puri, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's spiritual master. And now Ishvara Puri had ordered Govinda to become Sri Chaitanya's Mahaprabhu's personal servant. So what was to be done? This was the inquiry Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu placed before Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, an experienced friend. Text 144. Khatha kahe, Gurura Vijnahaya Balavan, Guru Achna na Langiye Shastra Pravana. Translation. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, the order of the spiritual master is very strong and cannot be disobeyed. That is the injunction of the Shastras, the revealed scriptures. Text 145. Sarvashruvala Hari Harganyana Pitur Yoga Rahirtam Dvisatva Vishatvan Pratyagahed Agraja Shashnanamtan Ajna Gurunam Hai Avicharnaya. Translation. Being ordered by his father, Parashurama told his mother, Renuka, just as if she were an enemy. When Lakshmana, the younger brother of Mahāprabhu, heard of this, he immediately engaged himself in the service of his elder brother and accepted his orders. The order of the spiritual master must be obeyed without consideration. Purport. This is a quotation from the Raghu Vamsha. Lord Ramachandra's statement to Sita given below is from the Ramayana, Adhoya Kanda 22.9. Text 146. Niricharam Gurormatnam Mayaku Karya Mahatma Shreyo Haidevam Kavatyasa Mamatseva Vishashata. Translation. The order of great personality like the Father has been executed without consideration because there is a good portion in such an order for both of us. In particular, there is a good virtue for me. Text 147. Tabi Mahāprabhu Tadre Karna Angikara Apana Shriyanga Samaya Lila Angikara. Translation. After Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who praised Govinda, engaged him in the service of his personal body. Text 148. Prabhura Priya Vritya Kari Sabe Kare Man Sakala Vaishnavera Govinda Kare Samadhana. Translation. Everyone respects Govinda as the dearest servant of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and Govinda served all the Vaishnavas and saw to their needs. Text 149. Beḍā-kīrtana Dui Haridasa Ramai Nandai Radhe Govindaram Asha. Translation. Both Haridasas Senior and Agasa Haridasa Junior, who were musicians, as well as Ramai and Nandai, used to stay with Govinda. Text 150. Govindara Sanghe Kare Prabhura Savana Govindara Bhaya Siva Nayaya Vardana. Translation. They all remained with Govinda to serve Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, no one could estimate the good fortune of Govinda. Text 151. Aradhini Mukunda Dana Kahe Prabhu Rastanye Brahmananda Bharati Aiva Pamaranda Darashani. Translation. The next day, Mukunda Dana from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Brahmananda Bharati has come to see you. Text 151. Ajnadehaya Nitandre Aniya Nitaha Prabhu Kahe Guruyat Tanha Yava Tandran Hani. Translation. Mukunda Data then asked the Lord, shall I bring him here? Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Brahmananda Bharati is like my spiritual master. It is better that I go to him. Text 153. Atapali Mahaprabhu Bhaktagana Sange Saliyayana Brahmananda Bharati. Translation. After saying this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees came into the presence of Brahmananda Bharati. Text 154. Brahmananda Parichaye Marga Sarvambara Taha Teki Prabhu Dukha Paila Antara. Translation. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees approached him, they saw that he was covered with their skin. Seeing this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became very happy. Purport. Ramananda Bharati belonged to Shankara Sampradaya. The title Bharati indicates a member of one of that Sampradaya's 10 classes of sannyasis. It is customary for a person who has renounced the world to cover his body with deer skin or the bark of the tree. This is enjoined by the Manu Samhita. But if a sannyasi who has renounced the world simply wears a deer skin and does not spiritually advance, he is bewildered by false prestige. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not like to see Brahmananda Bharati wearing the deer skin. Text 155. Dekhiyanta Chalvankana. Yana Dekhelani Mukundere Puche Kana Bharati Gosani. Translation. Seeing Brahmana Bharati wearing the deer skin, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu pretended not to see him. Instead, he asked Mukunda Dada, where is Brahmana Bharati, my spiritual master? Text 156. Mukunda Kahe, Ye Takad Yamana. Prabhu Kahe, Tanha, Nahena to Yana. Translation. Mukunda Data replied, here is Brahmana Bharati in your presence. Purport. The Lord replied, you are incorrect. This is not Brahmananda Bharati. Text 157. And here Kahan, Nahi Kamara Snaman. Bharati Gosuni Kene Paribinasama. Translation. You must be talking of someone else, but this is surely not Brahmananda Bharati. You simply have no knowledge. Why should Brahmananda Bharati wear a deer skin? Text 158. Shuni Brahmananda Karin Harde Vitsare Moral Mamapra A Nakaya Impari. Translation. When Brahmananda Bharati heard this, he thought, my deer skin is not approved by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 159. Valaka Hita Sarvamapara Damkhatam Lagi Pari Sarvamapara Paridhanes Samsaram Tari. Translation. Thus admitting his mistake, Brahmananda Maharaj resolved his full well and put on this dancing only for prestige. I cannot cross over the ocean of their sins simply by wearing a nearskin. Text 160. Ajay Vite na pariba e sarvambara, Prabhu Varivasha Naila Janya Tara. Translation. From today on, I shall not wear this deerskin. As soon as Brahmananda Maharaj decided this, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, understanding his mind, immediately sent for the robes of the sannyasi. Text 161. Sarvabhara Chayitra Paramananda Lila Vasana, Prabhu Asikaila Tantra Charam Vandana. Translation. As soon as Brahmananda Maharaj gave up his deerskin and covered himself in sannyasi robes, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came and offered his respects to his Lord at his lotus feet. Text 162. Maharaj kahe Tamara Acharavoka Shivaite Punana Karvenati Aya Panachiti. Translation. Brahmananda Maharaj said, you instruct the Jagan Prabhudas by your behavior. I will not do anything against your wishes. Otherwise, you will not offer any respects, but you will neglect me. I am afraid of this. Text 163. Sampratika Vibrahma Ihan Chala Chala Jaganananta Achala Brahma Tunita Satsala. Translation. At the present moment, I see two Brahmans. One Brahman is Lord Jagannatha, who does not move, and the other Brahman who is moving is you. Lord Jagannatha is the Archaluga, the Vigraha, the worshipable deity, and it is he who is the non-moving Brahman. But you are the Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and you are moving here and there. The two of you are the same Brahman, master of the material nature, but you are playing the two parts, one moving and one not moving. In this way, two Brahmans are now residing in Jagannatha Puri, Purushottama. Text 164. To me, Gauravananda Shamam Varna, Duibrame Kailasava Jagatana. Translation. One of the two Brahmanas you have clear complexions, and the other, Lord Jagannath, is blackish. Both of you are delivering the whole world. Text 165. Prabhu kahe satya kahi tamara agamame duibrahma pragatila shri purushottama. Translation. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, actually, to tell you the truth, with your presence, there are now two Brahmins in Jagannath Puri. Text 166. Brahmananda Namantini Gauravan Sana Siyama Varna Jagannatha Vasichachena Asala. Translation. Brahmaganda and Gauranga are moving, whereas the blackish Lord Jagannath is sitting quiet and immobile. Purport. Brahmananda Bharati wanted to prove that there is no difference between the Supreme Lord and the Jiva, whereas Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to prove that he and Brahmananda Bharati were Jivas, and that although the Jivas are Brahman, they are many by the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Brahman is one. On the other hand, Brahmananda Bharati also wanted to prove that Jagannatha and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu were one, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But that to fulfill this, his mission, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared to be moving, whereas Lord Jagannath appeared to be inert. Thus, this jolly argument was going on. Finally, Brahmananda Bharati referred the whole matter to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya for final decision. Text 167.
Text 167. Brahmananda Bharati said, my dear Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, please become the meditator in this logical argument between Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and me. Text 168. Brahmananda Bharati continues. The living entity is localized, whereas the Supreme Brahman is all pervading. That is the verdict of the revealed scriptures. Purport. Ramananda Bharati drew Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's attention because he wanted him to judge the argument. He then stated that Brahman, the Supreme Lord, is all pervading. That is confirmed by Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. Kshetra Gyam Kapi Mam Vidhi Sarva Kshetreshu Bharata Kshetra Kshetragnyor Jnanam Yat Taj Jnanam Matam Mama. Ocean of Bharata, you should understand that I am also the knower in all bodies, and to understand this body and its knower is called knowledge. That's my opinion. The Supreme Personality of Godhead in His Paramatma feature is expanded everywhere. The Brahma Samhita says, Antantarastu Paramanu Chayantra Stam. By virtue of his all pervasive nature, the Supreme Lord is within the universe as well as within all elements of the universe. He is even within the atom. In this way, the Supreme Lord Govinda is all pervasive. On the other hand, the living entities are very, very small. It is said that the living entity is 1/10,000th of a tip of a hair. Therefore, the living entity is localized. Living entities rest on the Brahman's effulgence, the bodily rays of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 169. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu purified me by taking away my dear skin. This is a proof that he is all pervasive and all powerful, and that I am subordinate to him. Purport. Ramananda Bharati herein asserts that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the supreme Brahman and that he is the subordinate Brahman. This is confirmed in the Vedas. Nityo Nityanam Chaitanas Chaitananam. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is Brahman or Parabrahman, the chief of all living entities. Both the Supreme Brahman or the personality of Godhead and the living entities are persons, but the Supreme Brahman is the predominator, whereas the living entities are the predominated. Text 170, translation. His bodily hue is golden, and his whole body is like molten gold. Every part of his body is very beautiful, constructed and smeared with sandal. Accepting the renounced order, the Lord is always with people. Accepting the renounced order, the Lord is always equipoised. He is he is fixed firm, firmly in his mission of chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and he is firmly situated in his dualistic conclusion and in his peace. Purport. This is the quote from Mahabharata's Vishnu Shastra Nama Stotra. Text 171, translation. All the symptoms mentioned in the verse from the Vishnu Shastra Nama Stotra are visible in the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. His arms are decorated with sandal pulp and the thread received from the Sri Jagannath deity, and these are all his ornamental bangles. Text 172, translation. After hearing this, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya has rendered his judgment, saying, Ramananda Bharati, I see that you are victorious. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu immediately said, I accept whatever Brahmananda Bharati has said. It is quite all right for me. Text 173. Translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu thus voiced himself as a disciple and accepted Brahmananda Bharati as his spiritual master. He then said, the disciple is certainly defeated in an argument with the spiritual master. Purport. Ramananda Bharati immediately countered these words, saying, this is not the case of your defeat. There is another cause. Text 174, translation. It is our natural characteristic to accept defeat at the hands of your devotee. This is also another duty of yours, which I ask you to hear attentively. Text 175, translation. I have been meditating on the impersonal Brahman since my birth, but since I have seen you, I have really experienced Krishna.
Brahmananda Bharati admitted that when he was in an argument between the spiritual master and the disciple, the Brahmananda Bharati is naturally victorious.
Look, there's cooks.
Although the disciple may put forward a strong statement. In other words, it is customary that the words of the spiritual master are most worshipable than the words of a disciple. Under the circumstances, since Brahmananda Bharati was in the position of a spiritual master, he emerged victorious over Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who considered himself Brahmananda Bharati's disciple. However, Brahmananda Bharati reversed the argument and took the position of a devotee, stating that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna. This means that the Lord was voluntarily defeated out of affection for his devotee. He was defeated voluntarily because no one can defeat the Supreme Lord. Concerning this, the words of Bhishma in Srimad Bhagavatam 1:937 are important. Swanigamam apahaya mam prajitam pratiknyam kritam adhikartum avalapyuto rathasthim drita ratho charano abhayak chaladgur harir eva hantum ibhyam gatotariyah. Fulfilling my desire and sacrificing his own promise, he got down from the chariot, took up his wheel, and ran towards me hurriedly, just like a lion goes to kill an elephant. He even dropped his own garment on this way. Krishna promised not to fight in the battle of Kurukshetra, but Bhishma, in order to break Krishna's promise, attacked Arjuna in such a vigorous way that Krishna was obliged to take up a chariot wheel and attack Bhishma. The Lord did this to show that his devotee was being maintained at the sacrifice of his own promise. Brahmananda Bharati said, since the beginning of my life, I was attached to impersonal Brahman realization. But as soon as I saw you, I became very much attached with the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Krishna himself, and thus Brahmananda Bharati becomes his devotee. Text 176, translation. Brahmananda Bharati continued, since I have seen you, I have been feeling Lord Krishna's presence in my mind and have been seeing him before my eyes. I now want to chant the holy name of Lord Krishna. Over and above this, within my heart, I consider you to be Krishna and am therefore very eager to serve you. Text 177, translation. Bilvamangal Thakur abandoned his impersonal realization for the realization of the personality of Godhead. I now see that my condition is similar to this, for it has already changed. Purport. In his early life, Bilvamangal Thakur was an impersonalist monist, and he used to meditate upon the impersonalist Brahman effulgence. Later, he became a devotee of Lord Krishna, and his explanation from this change is given in a verse, text 178. That is quoted in Caitanya Sindhu. Sometimes a devotee gradually comes to the stage of Bhagavan realization of the Supreme Person. After having attained the lower stages of realization, impersonal Brahman realization and localized Paramatma realization, the condition of such a devotee is described in Caitanya Chandramrita 5 by Prabhupada Saraswati. Kaivalyam Narkayate Tridasha Pura Akasha Pushpayate Durtantendriya Kala Sarva Patale Proktakta Dramstrayate Vishwapurnam Sukhayate Vidhi Mahindradischa Kitayate Yat Karuna Kataksha Vaibhava Vatam Tam Gauram Eva Stumadam. Kaivalya, oneness, is the effulgence of Brahman, appears hellish to a devotee. The heavenly planets, the adobes of the demigods, appear to a devotee like phantasmagorias. The yogis meditate on self-control, but for a devotee, the senses appear like serpents with broken teeth. The devotee doesn't have to control his senses, for his senses are already engaged in the Lord's service. Consequently, there is no possibility that the senses will act like serpents. In the material condition, the senses are as strong as poisonous snakes. But when the senses are engaged in the Lord's service, they are like poisonous snakes with their fangs removed, and so they are no longer dangerous. The entire world is a replica of Vaikuntha for the devotee, but because he has no anxiety, he sees that everything belongs to Krishna. And he does not want to enjoy anything for himself. He does not even aspire for the position of Lord Brahma or Indra. He simply wants to engage everything in the service of the Lord. Therefore, he has no problem. He stands on his original constitutional position. All this is possible when one receives Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's merciful glance. In Chaitanya Chandramrita, there are many more verses illustrating the same principle. Trik Kurvanti Cha Brahma Yoga Vidustam Gaura Chandram Maha. Chaitanya Chandramrita 6. Tatvat Brahma Gatha Vimukto Padavi Tavanta Tikti Bhavet. Tattvachapi Vishnun Khalan Tvam Aite Na Loka Veda Stita. Tavak Chastra Dam Mita Kalo Kala Nana Bahir Vartmasu. Sri Chaitanya Padambuja Priyajanu Yavan Tadik Gocharaha. Chaitanya Chandramrita 19. Gaur Chandra Sakalam Arato Avi Me Tivra Viryaha. Chaitanya Chandramrita 16. A discussion of impersonal Brahman is not very palatable to a devotee. The so-called religious regulations of the Shastras also appear null and void to him. There are many people who argue over the Shastras, but for a devotee, such discussions are but tumultuous brooding. By the influence of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all these problems disappear. Text 178. Brahmananda Bharati concluded, although I was worshipped by those on the path of monism and initiated into self-realization through the yogic system, I have nevertheless been forcibly turned into a maidservant by some cunning boy who is always joking with the gopis. Purport. This is a verse written by Bilkul Mangal Thakur. It is quoted in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 3. Text 179 translation. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, you have a deep ecstatic love for Krishna. Therefore, wherever you turn your eyes, you simply heighten your Krishna consciousness. Text 180 translation. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, the statements of both of you are correct. Krishna gives direct audience through his mercy. Text 181. Translation. Without having ecstatic love for Krishna, one cannot see him directly. Therefore, through the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Ramananda Puri has acquired direct vision of the Lord. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, you are Brahmananda Bharati, an advanced devotee who ecstatically loves the Supreme Lord. Therefore, you see Krishna everywhere, and there is no doubt about it. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was a mediator between Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Brahmananda Bharati, and his judgment was that an advanced devotee like Brahmananda Bharati was seeing Krishna under Krishna's mercy. Krishna directly presents himself before the vision of an advanced devotee. Since Brahmananda Bharati was an advanced devotee, he saw Krishna in the person of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In the words of Brahma Samhita 538, Premanjana Churita Bhakti Vilochanina Santa Sadevu Hridageshu Vilokayanti Yam Shama Sundaram Chintya Gunaswarupam Govindam Adipurusham Bhajami. I worship the primeval Lord Govinda, who is always seen by the devotee, whose eyes are anointed with the palm of love. He is seen in his eternal form of Shyamasundar, situated within the hearts of the devotee. Text 182, translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, what are you saying? Lord Vishnu, save me. Such glorification is simply another form of blasphemy. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was a little embarrassed by the Bhattacharya statement. Therefore, he uttered the name Vishnu to save himself. The Lord therefore confirms that if one is overestimated, glorification is just another form of blasphemy. In this way, he protests this so-called offensive statement. Text 183, translation. After saying this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took Brahmananda Bharati with him to his residence. From that time, Brahmananda Bharati remained with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 184, translation. Later, Rambhadra Acharya and Bhagwan Acharya joined them and giving up all other responsibilities remained under Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's shelter. Text 185 translation. The next day, Kashishwara Goswami also came and remained with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who received him with great respect. Text 186 translation. Kashishwara used to usher Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu into the Jagannath temple. He would precede the Lord into the crowd and kept the people from touching him. Text 187 translation. As all the rivers flow into the sea, all the devotees throughout the country finally come to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's shelter. Text 188 translation. Since all the devotees come to him for shelter, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu showed them all mercy and kept them under his protection. Text 189 translation. Thus I have described the meeting of all the Vaishnavas with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Whoever hears this description ultimately attains shelter at his lotus feet. Text 190 translation. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunath, after always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadas, narrate Sri Chaitanya Charitamrta, following their footsteps. Purport. Thus, in the Bhaktivedanta purports to Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya lila, 10th chapter, describing the Lord's meeting the Vaishnavas upon his return to Jagannath Puri from South India. Chapter 11. The Beḍā-kīrtana, pastime of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur summarizes the 11th chapter in his Amrita Prabhava Bhasya. When Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya tried his best to arrange a meeting between Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and King Prataparudra, the Lord flatly denied his request. At this time, Sri Ramananda Roy returned from his government post and he praised King Prataparudra highly in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's presence. Because of this, the Lord became a little soft. The king also made promises to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, who hinted how the king might meet the Lord. During Anavasara, while Lord Jagannath was resting for 15 days, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, being unable to see Lord Jagannath, went to Alalanath. Later, when the devotees from Bengal came to see him, he returned to Jagannath Puri. While Advaita Acharya and other devotees were coming to Jagannath Puri, Swarup Damodar and Govinda, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's two personal assistants went to receive all the devotees with garlands. From the roof of his palace, King Prataparudra could see all the devotees arriving. Gopinath Acharya stood on the roof with the king and following Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya's instructions, identified each and every devotee. The king discussed the devotees with Gopinath Acharya and he mentioned that the devotees were accepting prasad without observing the regulative principles governing pilgrimages. They accepted prasadam without having shaved, and they neglected to fast in the holy place. After Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya had explained to the king why the devotees had apparently violated the scriptural instructions for visiting a place of pilgrimage, the king arranged residential quarters for all the devotees and saw to their prasadam. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu talked very happily with Vasudev Datta and other devotees. Haridas Thakur also came, and due to his humble and submissive attitude, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave him a nice solitary place near the temple. After this, the Lord began performing Sankirtan, dividing all the devotees into four groups. After Sankirtan, all the devotees left for their residential quarters. Text 1, translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu emerged Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu merged the entire world into the ocean of ecstatic love by performing his beautiful dances within the temple of Jagannath. He danced exquisitely and jumped high. Text 2 translation. All glories to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all glories to Lord Nityananda Prabhu, all glories to Sri Advaita Prabhu, and all glories to all the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 3 translation. The next day, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya The next day, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya requested Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to give him permission to submit a statement without fear. Text 4 translation. The Lord gave the Bhattacharya assurance that he would speak without fear, but added that if his statement were suitable, he would accept it, and if he were not, he would reject it. Text 5 translation. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, there is a king named Pratapavitra. He is very anxious to meet you and he wants your permission. Text 6 translation. As soon as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard this proposal, he immediately covered his ears with his hands and said, my dear Sarvabhauma, why are you requesting such an undesirable thing from me? Text 7 translation. Since I am in the renounced order, it is dangerous for me to meet a king as to meet a woman. To meet either would be just like drinking poison. Text 8 translation. Greatly lamenting, the Lord then informed Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, alas, for a person who is seriously desiring to cross the material ocean and engage in the transcendental loving service of the Lord without material motives. Seeing a materialistic engaged in the sense gratification of seeing a woman who is similarly interested in more abominable than drinking poison willingly. Purport. This is a quotation from Sri Chaitanya Chandrodaya Nataka 826, 823. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu enunciates the principles of sannyas, renouncing the material world of spiritual advancement. Spiritual advancement is not meant for magic shows or jugglery, but for crossing the material world and being transformed to the material world. Amma. Param Param. Jagamisho means desiring to go to the other side of the material world. This is a river called Vaitarani, and on the other side of this river is the material world, and on the other side is the spiritual world. Since the Vaitarani river
Goes. It goes. Two goes.
Since the Vaitarani river is compared to a great ocean, it is named Bhavasagara, the ocean of repeated birth and death. Spiritual life aims at stopping this repetition of birth and death and entering into the spiritual world where one can live eternally, cognizant and blissful. Unfortunately, the general populace does not know anything about spiritual life or the spiritual world. The spiritual world is mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita 8:20. Paras tasmatu bhavo anyo avyakto avyaktat sanatanam. Yes, sa sarveshu bhuteshu nasyat nasyati, so na vinashyati. Yet there is another unmanifested nature which is eternal and is transcendental to this material manifested and unmanifested matter. It is supreme and is never annihilated. When all in this world is annihilated, that part remains as it is. Thus, there is a spiritual nature beyond this material nature, and this spiritual nature exists eternally. Spiritual advancement means stopping material activities and entering into spiritual activities. This is the process of Bhakti Yoga. In the material world, the via media for sense gratification is mainly a woman. One who is seriously interested in spiritual life should strictly avoid women. A sannyasi should never see a man or a woman for material benefit. In addition, talks with materialistic men and women are also dangerous, and they are compared to drinking poison. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very strict on this point. He therefore refused to see King Beḍā-kīrtana, who was naturally always engaged in political and economic affairs. The Lord even refused to see the king despite the request of his personality, like Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, who was the Lord's intimate friend and a devotee. Text 9 translation. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, My dear friend, what you have said is correct, but this king is not an ordinary king. He is a great devotee and servant of Lord Jagannath. Text 10 translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, although it is correct that the king is a great devotee, he is still to be considered a venomous snake. Similarly, even though women be made of wood, one becomes agitated simply by touching form. Purport. Sri Chanakya Pandit has stated in his model instructions, Dvaja Durjana Samsargam Bhaja Sadhu Samagamam. This means that one has to abandon the association of materialistic people and associate with spiritual advanced people. However qualified a materialistic might be, he is no better than a venomous serpent. Everyone knows that a snake is dangerous and poisonous, and when its hood is decorated with jewels, it is no less poisonous or dangerous. However, qualified materialistic might be. He is no better than a snake decorated with jewels. One should therefore be careful in dealing with such materialists, such as one would be careful in dealing with a vivid serpent. Even though a woman may be made of wood or stone, she becomes attractive and decorated. One becomes sexually agitated even by touching the form. Therefore, one should not trust his mind, who is so fickle that it can give away to enemies at any moment. The mind is always accompanied by six elements, namely Kama, Krodha, Mada, Moha, Matsarya, and Haya. That is lust, anger, intoxication, illusion, envy, and fear. Although the mind may be immersed in spiritual consciousness, one should always be very careful in dealing with it, just as one is careful in dealing with the snake. One should never think that his mind is trained and that he can do whatever he likes. One interested in spiritual life. ఇదొకటి ఫినిష్ చేసి నీకు key ఉందా? One should never think that his mind is trained and that he can do whatever he likes. One interested in spiritual life should always engage this mind in the service of the Lord so that the enemies of the mind who always accompany the mind will be subdued. If the mind is not engaged in Krishna consciousness at every moment, there is a chance that it will give way to its enemies. In this way, we become victims of the mind. Chanting the Hare Krishna mantra engages the mind at the lotus feet of Krishna constantly. Thus, the mind's enemies do not have a chance to strike. Following Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's example in these verses, we should be very careful in dealing with the mind. We should not, which should not be indulged in any circumstances. Once we indulge the mind, it can create havoc in this life. Even though we may be spiritually advanced, the mind is specifically agitated through the association of materialistic men and women. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all through his personal behavior, wants everybody to avoid meeting a materialistic man or women. Text 11 translation. Just as one is immediately frightened upon seeing a live serpent or even the form of a serpent, one endeavoring a self realization should similarly fear a materialistic person or a woman. Indeed, he should not even glance at their bodily features. Purport. This is a quotation from Sri Chaitanya Chandrodaya Nataka 824. Text 12 translation. Bhattacharya, if you continue to speak like this, you will never see me here again. Therefore, you should never let such a request come from your mouth. Text 13 translation. Being afraid, Sarvabhauma returned home and began to meditate on the matter. Text 14 translation. At this time, Maharaj Prataprutra arrived at Jagannath-puri, Purushottam, and accompanied by his secretaries, ministers, and military officers, went to visit the temple of Lord Jagannath. Purport. It appears that Maharaj Prataprutra used to live at Katak, his capital. Later, he shifted his capital to Khudra, a few miles from Jagannath-puri. Presently, there is a railway station there called Khurda Road. Text 15 translation. When King Prataparudra returned to Jagannath-puri, Ramananda Roy came with him. Ramananda Roy immediately went to meet Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with great pleasure. Purport. All Indian kings are given titles. Sometimes they are known as Chhatrapati, sometimes as Narapati, sometimes as Ashwapati, and so on. The king of Orissa is addressed as Gajapati. Text 16 translation. Upon meeting Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Ramananda Roy offered his obeisances. The Lord embraced him, and both of them began to cry in great ecstasy of love. Text 77. Text 17 translation. Seeing Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's intimate dealings with Ramananda Roy, all the devotees there were astonished. Text 18 translation. Ramananda Roy said, I duly informed King Prataparudra of your order for me to retire from service. By your grace, the Lord, the king was pleased to relieve me of these material activities. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu requested Ramananda Roy to retire from his governmentship, and according to the Lord's desire, Ramananda Roy petitioned him the petition the king. The king was very pleased to give him relief, and thus Ramananda Roy retired from service and received a pension from the government. Text 19 translation. I said, Your Majesty, I am now not willing to engage in political activities. I desire only to stay at your lotus feet. Of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, kindly give me permission. Text 20 translation. When I submitted this proposal, the king immediately became very pleased upon hearing your Indeed, he instantly rose from his throne and embraced me. Text 29 translation. My dear Lord, as soon as the king heard your holy name, he was immediately overwhelmed by great ecstatic love. Catching my hand, he displayed all the symptoms of love. Text 22 translation. As soon as he heard my petition, he immediately granted me a pension without reductions. Thus, the king granted me a full salary as a pension and requested me to engage without anxiety in the service of your lotus feet. Text 23 translation. When King Prataparudra very humbly said, I am most fallen and abominable, and I am unfit to receive any interview with the Lord. One's life is successfully one engages in his service. Text 24 translation. Then the king said, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Krishna, the son of Maharaj Nanda. He is very merciful, and I hope that in the future birth he will allow me an interview. Text 25 translation. My Lord, I don't think that there is even a fraction of Maharaja Prataprudra's loving ecstasy in me. Text 26 translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then said, My dear Ramananda Roy, you are the foremost of all the devotees of Krishna. Therefore, whoever loves you is certainly my very favorite person. Text 27 translation.
प्रभु आप मुझे बताएंगे प्रभु लेकिन ये थोड़ा गर्म हो रहा है मैं वो ब्रिज से भी चेंज कर दूं
It's okay.
इतना भी थोड़ा मुश्किल हो रहा है प्रभु ये रख लीजिए छोटा वो बेटर रहेगा
I think it's okay. Thank you. Text 27, right? Text 27.
it's a purport है ना प्रभु हाँ 27
Hare Krishna. नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णाय भूतले श्रीमते भगवती वेदांत स्वामी नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य शतारिणे हरे श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. Text 27 translation. Because the king has shown so much love for you, Lord Krishna will certainly accept him. Purport. King Prataprudra requested an interview with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu through the Bhattacharya, who duly submitted the request. The Lord, however, immediately refused this interview. Now, when Ramananda Rai informed the Lord how eager the king was to see him, the Lord was immediately pleased. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu requested Ramananda Rai to retire from his government post and come to Sri Purushottama Kshetra, Jagannath Puri, to live with him. When this proposal was submitted to King Prataprudra, he immediately accepted it and also encouraged Ramananda Rai by allowing him a full pension. This was very much appreciated by the Lord, and this confirms the fact that the Lord is more pleased when one serves the servants of the Lord. In ordinary parlance, it is said, if you love me, love my dog. To approach the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one has to go through his confidential servant. This is the method Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu clearly says. Because the king loves you, Ramananda Rai, he is very fortunate. Krishna will certainly accept him due to his love for you. Text 28 translation. Lord Shri Krishna told Arjuna, those who are my direct devotees are actually not my devotees, but those who are the devotees of my servants are factually my devotees. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu quotes this verse from Adi Purana. The verse is also included in Laghu Bhagavata Mrita 2.6. Text 29 and 29-30. Translation. My devotees take great care and respect in rendering me service. They offer obeisances to me with all their bodily limbs. They worship other devotees and find all living entities related to me. For me, they engage in entire energy of their bodies. They engage the power of speech in the glorification of my qualities and form. They also dedicate their minds unto me and try to give up all kinds of material desires. Thus, my devotees are characterized. Purport. These two verses are quote from Srimad Bhagavatam, 11 Canto, 19th chapter, 21 to 22 text. They were spoken by Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Shri Krishna, who was answering Uddhava's inquiry about devotional service. Text 31, translation. Lord Shiva told the goddess Durga, my dear Devi, although the Vedas recommend worship of demigods, the worship of Lord Vishnu is topmost. However, above the worship of Lord Vishnu is the rendering of service to Vaishnava, who are related to Lord Vishnu. Purport. The Vedas are divided into three divisions: Karma Kanda, Jnana Kanda, and Upasana Kanda. These are activities dealing with fruitive activities, empiric, philosophical speculation, and worship. These are recommendations in the Vedas for the worship of various demigods as well as Lord Vishnu. In this quotation from the Padma Purana, Lord Shiva answers a question posed to him by Goddess Durga. This verse is also included in the Lagu Bhagavat Amrita 2.4 by Srila Rupa Goswami. The words Vishnur Aradhanam refers to the worship of Lord Vishnu or Sri Krishna. Thus, the supreme form of worship is the satisfaction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. It is further concluded that the worshipper of Lord Vishnu renders better service by worshipping the devotees of Lord Shri Krishna. There are different types of devotees, those in Shanta Rasa, Dasya Rasa, Sakhya Rasa, Vatsalya Rasa, and Madhurya Rasa. Although all the rasas are on the transcendental platform, Madhurya Rasa in the supreme transcendental mellow. Consequently, it is concluded that the worship of devotees engaged in the Lord's service in Madhurya Ras is the supreme spiritual activity. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu and his followers mainly worship Lord Shri Krishna in Madhurya Rasa. Other Vaishnava Acharyas recommended worship up to Vatsalya Rasa. Therefore, Srila Rupa Goswami in his Beḍā-kīrtana Madhava 1.2 describes Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's cult as supreme. Anarpita charim chirat karuna yavatrinah kalau samarpayitam annato jivala rasam swabhakti shriyam. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared in this age of Kali to exhibit the super excellence of Madhurya Ras, a gift never previously bestowed by any Acharya or incarnation. Consequently, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is accepted as the most magnanimous incarnation. It is he only who distributed love of Krishna while exhibiting the super excellence of loving Krishna in the conjugal rasa. Text 32, translation. Those whose austerity is meager can hardly obtain the service of the pure devotees progressing on the path back to the kingdom of Godhead, the Vaikunthas. Pure devotees engage 100% in glorifying the Supreme Lord, who is the Lord of the demigods and the controller of all living entities. Purport. This verse is a quotation from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 3, Chapter 7, 20 verse. It was spoken by Vidura in his conversation with Maitreya Rishi, a great devotee of the Lord. Text 33, translation. Paramananda Puri, Brahmananda Bharati, Goshani, Swarupa Damodar Gosani, Lord Nityananda, Jagananda, Mukunda, and other were present before the Lord at that time. Text 34, translation. Sri Ramananda Rai therefore offered his obeisances to all the Lord's devotee, in particular to the four spiritual masters. Thus, Ramananda Rai suitably met all the devotees. Purport. The four spiritual masters referred to in this verse are Paramananda Puri, Brahmananda Bharati, Swarupa Damodar, and Lord Nityananda. Text 35, translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu next asked Ramananda Rai, have you already visited the temple of lotus-eyed Lord Jagannath? Purport. Ramananda Rai replied, I shall now go visit the temple. Text 36, translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, what you have done, my dear Raya? Why did you not first see Lord Jagannath and then come here? Why have you come here first? Text 37, translation. Ramananda Rai said, the legs are like the chariot and the heart is like the charioteer. Wherever the heart takes the living entity is obliged to go. Purport. In the in Bhagavad Gita 18.61, Lord Krishna explains, Ishvara Sarva Bhutanam Radadeshe Arjuna Tishtati Brahmayan Sarva Bhutani Yantra Rudhani Mayaya. The Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, O Arjuna, and is directing the wandering of all living entities who are seated as on a machine made of material energy. Thus, the living entity wanders within this universe, riding upon a chariot, the body, bestowed by material nature. A similar explanation is given in the Katha Upanishad 1.3.3 to 4. Atmanam rathinam vidhi, shariram ratham evatu, buddhim tu sarathim vidhi, manah pragrama evacha, indriyani hayan ahura, vishayams teshu gocharan, atmendriya manoyuktam, bhaktetya ahur manushi nahu. Here it is said that the living entity is the passenger riding in the chariot of the body, which is offered by material nature. The intelligence is the charioteer. The mind constitutes the reins, controlling the horses, and the senses are the horses. Thus, the living entity is the false enjoyer of the material world. One who is advanced in Krishna consciousness can control the mind and intelligence, and in this way reign in the horses, the senses, even though they are very powerful. One who can control the senses by his mind and intelligence can very easily approach the Supreme Personality of Godhead or Vishnu. He is the ultimate goal of life. Tada Vishnu Paramam Padam Sada Pashyanti Surayah. Those who are actually advanced approach Lord Vishnu, their ultimate goal. Such people are never captivated by Lord Vishnu's external energy, the material world. Text 38, translation. Sri Ramananda Rai continued, what shall I do? My mind has brought me here. I could not consider going first to Lord Jagannath's temple. Text 39, translation. Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu advised, immediately go to Lord Jagannath's temple to see the Lord, then go home and meet your family members. Text 40, translation. Having received Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's permission, Ramananda Rai hastily went to the temple of Lord Jagannath, who can understand the devotional service of Rai Ramananda. Text 41, translation. When King Pratap Rudra returned to Jagannath Puri, he called for Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. When the Bhattacharya went to see the king offered him respects and made the following inquiries. Text 42, translation. The king asked, have you submitted my petition to the Lord? Purport. Sarvabhauma replied, yes, with much endeavor I have tried my best. Text 43, translation. Yes, despite my great endeavor, the Lord would not agree to see a king. Indeed, he said that if he were asked again, he would quit Jagannath. He would quit Jagannath Puri and go elsewhere. Text 44, translation. Hearing this, the king became very unhappy and greatly lamenting, began to speak as follows. Text 45, translation. The king said, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has descended just to deliver all kind of sinful, law-born persons. Consequently, he has delivered sinners like Jagai and Madhya. Text 46, translation. Alas, has Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu incarnated to deliver all kinds of sinners with the exception of a king named Maharaj Pratap Rudra? Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission is thus described by Narottam Das Thakur, Patita Pavana Hetu Tava Avatara Masama Patita Prabhu Na Paibe Ara. If Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu descended to reclaim sinners, then one who is the most sinful and low-born is the first candidate for the Lord's consideration. Maharaj Pratap Rudra considered himself a most fallen soul because he had to deal with material things constantly and enjoy material profits. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's business was the deliverance of the most fallen. How then could he reject the king? The more fallen a person is, the more he has the right to be delivered by the Lord, provided, of course, he surrenders unto the Lord. Maharaj Pratap Rudra was a fully surrendered soul. Therefore, the Lord could not refuse him on the grounds that he was a worldly, horns shelling man. Text 47, translation. Alas, has Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu made his advent deciding that he will deliver all others with the exception of me? He bestows his merciful glances upon many lower class men who are usually not even to be seen. Purport. This verse is found in Sri Chaitanya Chandrodaya Nataka 8.28. Text 48 translation. Maharaj Pratap Rudra continued, if Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is determined not to see me, then I am determined to give up my life if I do not see him. Purport. A devotee with Maharaj Pratap Rudra's determination will certainly be victorious in advancing in Krishna consciousness. Shri Krishna confirms this in Bhagavad Gita 9.14. Satatam kirtayanto mam yatantas cha dhridavrtaha namasyantas cha mam bhaktya nityukta upasate. Always chanting my glories, endeavoring with great determination, going down before me, these great souls perpetually worship me with devotion. These are the symptoms of a Mahatma engaged in the Lord's service in full Krishna consciousness. Thus, Maharaj Pratap Rudra's determination is very much exalted and is called Dhridavrata. Because of this determination, he was finally able to receive Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's direct mercy. Text 49. Translation. If I do not receive Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy, my body and my kingdom are certainly useless. Purport. This is an excellent example of Dhridavata, determination. If one does not receive the Supreme Personality Godhead's mercy, one's life is defeated. In Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 5, Chapter 5, Text 5, it is said, Parabhavas tavad abodh jato yavan na jigyasata atma tattvam. Unless one inquires into spiritual life, everything is useless. Without spiritual inquiry, one labor and the object of our labor are simply a waste of time. Text 50. Translation. Hearing King Pratap Rudra's determination, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya became thoughtful. Indeed, he was very much astonished to see the king's determination. Purport. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was astonished because such a determination is not possible for a worldly man attached to material enjoyment. The king certainly had ample opportunity for material enjoyment, but he was thinking that his kingdom and everything else was useless if he could not see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is certainly sufficient cause for astonishment. In Srimad Bhagavatam, it is stated that bhakti, devotional service, must be unconditional. No material impediments can actually check the advancement of devotional service, be it executed by a common man or a king. In any case, devotional service rendered to the Lord is always complete despite the devotee's material position. Devotional service is so exalted that it can be executed by anyone in any position. One must simply be Dhridavata, firmly determined. Text 51, translation. Finally, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, my dear king, do not worry. Because of your firm determination, I am sure that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy will definitely be bestowed upon you. Purport. Due to King Pratap Rudra's firm determination, the Bhattacharya predicted that the king would receive Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy without fail. as confirmed elsewhere in Caitanya Charitamrta, Madhya lila, chapter 19, text 151, Guru Krishna Prasade Paya Bhakti Lata Bij. By the mercy of the spiritual master and Krishna, one gets the seed of devotional service. The Bhattacharya was the spiritual master of King Prataprudra, and he gave his blessing to the effect that Lord would be merciful upon the king. The mercy of the spiritual master and Krishna combine to grant success to a devotee engaged in Krishna consciousness. This is confirmed by the Vedas. Yasya deve para bhaktir yatha deve tatha guru tasyete kathita haya arthaha prakashante mahatmanahu. Only unto those great souls who have implicit faith in both the Lord and the spiritual master are all the imparts of Vedic knowledge automatically revealed. Shvetashvatara Upanishad 6.23. Maharaj Prataprudra had firm faith in the Bhattacharya, who declared Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Having firm faith in the Bhattacharya as his spiritual master, King Prataprudra immediately accepted Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as the Supreme Lord. Thus, he began worshipping Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his mind. This is the process of devotional service. Although, according to Lord Krishna in Bhagavad-gītā 9.34, Man manabhav mad bhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru mam evashyasi yuktavevam atmanam mat parayanam. Engage your mind always in thinking of me, become my devotees. Offer obeisances to me and worship me, being completely absorbed in me. Surely you will come to me. This process is very simple. One need only be firmly convinced by the spiritual master that Sri Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. If one decides this, he can make further progress by thinking of Sri Krishna, chanting of Krishna, and glorifying him. There is then no doubt that such a fully surrendered devotee will receive the blessing of Lord Shri Krishna. Srila Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya explains this further. Text 52, translation. As soon as the Bhattacharya saw the king's firm determination, he declared, the Supreme Lord is approached only by pure love. Your love for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is very, very deep. Therefore, without a doubt, he will be merciful upon you. Purport. Such a determination is the first qualification as confirmed by Rupa Goswami, Upadeshamrita 3, Utsaham Nishchayad Dhairyat. One must first have firm determination, firm faith. When one engages in devotional service, he must maintain this firm determination. Then Krishna will be pleased with his service. The spiritual master can show the path of devotional service if the disciple follows the principle rigidly and undeviatedly. He will certainly receive the mercy of Krishna. This is confirmed by the Shastras. Text 53, translation. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then suggested that there is one means by which you can directly see him. Text 54, translation. On the day of the car festival, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will dance before the deity in great ecstatic love. Text 55, translation. On that Rath Yatra festival day, after dancing before the Lord, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will enter the Gundicha garden. At that time, you should go there alone without your royal dress. Text 56, translation. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu enters the Gundicha garden, you should also go there and read the 5 chapters of Srimad Bhagavatam about Lord Krishna's dancing with the gopis. In this way, you can catch hold of the Lord's lotus feet. Text 57, translation. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will be in a mood of ecstatic love without external consciousness. At that time, as you recite those chapters from Srimad Bhagavatam, he will embrace you, knowing you to be a pure Vaishnava. Purport. A Vaishnava is always ready to help another Vaishnava progress toward realization of this absolute truth. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya could understand the king's position as a pure Vaishnava. The king was always thinking of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and the Bhattacharya wanted to help him approach the Lord. A Vaishnava is always compassionate, especially when he sees a prospective devotee very determined, Dridhavrata. Consequently, the Bhattacharya was ready to help the king. Text 58, translation. The Lord has already changed his mind due to Ramananda Rai's description of your pure love for him. Purport. At first, the Lord did not want to see the king, but due to the Bhattacharya's and Ramananda Rai's earnest endeavors, the Lord's mind was changed. The Lord already declared that Krishna would be merciful upon the king due to the king's service to the devotees. This is the process by which one can advance in Krishna consciousness. First, there must be the devotee's mercy, then Krishna's mercy will descend. Yasya prasadad bhagavat prasado, yasya prasadan na gati kuto api. Our first duty, therefore, is to satisfy the spiritual master who can arrange for the Lord's mercy. A common man must first begin to serve the spiritual master or the devotee. Then, through the mercy of the devotee, the Lord will be satisfied. Unless one receives the dust of a devotee's lotus feet on one's head, there is no possibility of advancement. This is also confirmed by a statement of Prahlad Maharaj in Srimad Bhagavatam, 7th Canto, Chapter 5, Text 32. Nesham matis tavad urukramaghrim sparshya anarthapagamo yad arthah mahiyasham padarajo abhikshekam nishkinchanam cha na varnita yavat. Unless one approaches a pure devotee, he cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Maharaj Pratap Rudra worshipped both Ramananda Rai and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Thus, he touched the lotus feet of pure devotees and was able thereby to approach Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 59, translation. Maharaj Pratap Rudra took the Bhattacharya's advice and firmly decided to follow his instructions. Thus, he felt transcendental happiness. Text 60, translation. When the king asked the Bhattacharya when the bathing ceremony, Snan Yatra, of Lord Jagannath would take place, the Bhattacharya replied that there were only 3 days left before the ceremony. Text 61, translation. After thus encouraging the king, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya returned home. On the day of Lord Jagannath's bathing ceremony, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very happy at heart. Text 62, translation. Upon seeing the bathing ceremony of Lord Jagannath, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became very happy. But when Lord Jagannath retired after the ceremony, Lord Chaitanya became very unhappy because he could not see him. Purport. After the bathing ceremony of Sri Jagannath, which take place just a fortnight before the Ratha Yatra ceremony, the body of the Lord Jagannath deity is repainted, and this take just about a fortnight to complete. This period is called Anavasara. There are many who visit the temple to see Lord Jagannath regularly every day, and for them his retirement after the bathing ceremony is unbearable. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu felt Lord Jagannath's absence from the temple very much. Text 63. Translation. Due to separation from Lord Jagannath, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu felt the same great anxiety the gopis feel in separation from Krishna. In this condition, he gave up all association and went to Alanlanath. Text 64. Translation. The devotees who had followed the Lord came into his presence and requested him to return to Puri. They submitted that the devotees from Bengal were coming to Purushottama Shatra. Text 65, translation. In this way, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya brought Lord Chaitanya back to Jagannath Puri, he then went to King Pratap Rudra and informed him of the Lord's arrival. Text 66 translation. At this time, Gopinath Acharya came there where Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was with King Pratap Rudra. Being a Brahmana, he offered his benediction to the king and addressed Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya as follows. Text 66 translation. About 200 devotees are coming from Bengal. All of them are greatly advanced and spiritually devoted to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 68 translation. All of them have already arrived on the bank of Lake Narendra and are waiting there. I desire residential quarters and prasadam arrangement for them. Purport. Narendra is a small lake still existing in Jagannath Puri, where the Chandana Yatra festival takes place. Up to the present date, all the Bengali devotees who visit the Jagannath temple first take their bath in this lake. There they wash their hands and feet before entering the temple. Text 69 translation. The king replied, I shall give orders to the attendant in the temple. He will arrange for everyone's residential quarters and prasadam as you desire. Text 70 translation. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, please show me one after another all of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's devotees who are coming from Bengal. Text 71 translation. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya requested the king, go up on the roof of the palace. Gopinath Acharya knows every one of the devotees. He will identify them for you. Text 72 translation. Actually, I do not know any of them, although I have a desire to know them. Since Gopinath Acharya knows them all, he will give you their names. Text 73 translation. After Sarvabhauma said this, he went up to the top of the palace with the king and Gopinath Acharya. At this time, all the Vaishnava devotees from Bengal drew closer to the palace. Text 74 translation. Swarup, Damodar and Govinda, taking the flowers, garlands and prasadam of Lord Jagannath, proceeded to where all the Vaishnavas were standing. Text 75 translation. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu first sent those two persons in advance. The king inquired, who are these two? Please let me know their identities. Text 76 translation. Sri Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, here is Swarupa Damodar, who is practically the second expansion of the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 77 translation. The second person is Govinda, Lord Chaitanya's personal servant. The Lord has sent garlands and remnants of Lord Jagannath's food with these two persons simply to honor the devotees from Bengal. Text 78 translation. At the beginning, Swarupa Damodar came forward and garlanded Advaita Acharya. Govinda next came and offered a second garland to Advaita Acharya. Sure. Text 79 translation. When Govinda offered his obeisances by falling down flat before Advaita Acharya, Advaita Acharya asked Swarupa Damodar about his identity, for he did not know Govinda at that time. Text 80 translation. Swarupa Damodar informed him Govinda was the servant of Ishvara Puri. He is very highly qualified. Text 81 translation. Ishvara Puri ordered Govinda to serve Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Thus the Lord keeps him by his side. Text 82 translation. The king inquired, to whom did Swarupa Damodar and Govinda offer the two garlands? His bodily effulgence is so great that he must be a very great devotee. Please let me know who he is. Text 83 translation. Gopinath Acharya replied, his name is Advaita Acharya. He is honored even by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he is therefore the topmost devotee. Text 84, translation. Here are Srivas Pandita, Vikreshwar Pandita, Vidyanidhi Acharya, and Gadadhar Pandit. Text 85, translation. Here are Acharya Ratna, Purendra Pandita, Gangadash Pandita, and Shankara Pandita. Text 86, translation. Here are Murari Gupta, Pandita Narayana, and Haridas Thakur, the deliverer of the whole universe. Okay. Text 87, translation. Here is Hari Bhatta, and there is Narsimhananda. Here are Vasudev Datta and Shivananda Sen. Text 88, translation. Here also are Govinda Ghosh, Madhava Ghosh, and Vasudev Ghosh. They are three brothers, and their Sankirtana congregational chanting pleases the Lord very much. Purport. Govinda Ghosh belonged to the Kayastha dynasty of the Uttara Radhiya section, and he was known as Ghosh Thakura. Even to the present day, there is a place named Agradivip near Katwa, where a fair takes place and is named after Ghosh Thakur. As far as Vasudev Ghosh is concerned, he composed many nice songs about Lord Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and these are all authorized Vaishnava songs, like the songs of Narottama Das Thakur, Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Lochana Das Thakur, Govinda Das Thakur, and other great Vaishnavas. Text 89, translation. Here is Raghava Pandita, here is Nandana Acharya, there is Shriman Pandit, and here are Shrikant and Narayana. Purport. Narottama Das Thakur, honoring the personal associate of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, has sung as follows. Prarthana 13. Gaurangera Sangi Gane Nitya Siddhakari Mane Seyaya Vrajendra Sutapasha. One who is intelligent understands that all the personal associates and devotees of Lord Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are ever liberated. This means that because they are always engaged in devotional service of the Lord, they do not belong to this material world. One who is engaged in the Lord's devotional service 24 hours daily and never forgets the Lord is called Nitya Siddha. Sri Rupa Goswami confirms this statement. Iha yasya harer dasye karmana manasa gira nikhilasva apya avasthasu jivan muktah sa uchyate. A person acting in this service of Krishna with body, mind, intelligence, and words is a liberated person even within the material world. Although he may be engaged in so many called material activities, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.187. A devotee is always thinking of how better to serve Lord Shri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and how to broadcast his name, fame, and qualities throughout the world. One who is the Nitya Siddha has no business other than broadcasting the glories of the Lord all over the world according to his ability. Such people are already associates of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, Narottama Das Thakur says, Nitya Siddha Kari Mane. One should not think that because Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was personally present 500 years ago, only his associates were liberated. Rather, Srila Narottama Das Thakur says that anyone is a Nitya Siddha if he acts on behalf of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by spreading the glories of the holy name of Lord Shri Hari. We should respect those devotees preaching the glories of the Lord as Nitya Siddha and should not consider them conditioned. Mam chayo avyabhicharena bhakti yogena sevate sa gunan samatitya ten brahma bhuyaya kalpate. Bhagavad Gita, chapter 14, text 26. One who has transcended the material modes of nature is said to be on the Brahman platform. That is also the platform of Nitya Siddha. The Nitya Siddha not only stays on the Brahman platform but also works on that platform. Simply by accepting the associates of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as Nitya Siddha, one can very easily go back home, back to Godhead. Text 90. Translation. Gopinath Acharya continued to point out the devotees. Here is Shuklam See, there is Sridhar, here is Vijaya, and there is Vallabha Sen. Here is Purushottama, and there is Sanjaya. Text 91, translation. And here are all the residents of Kulina Gram, such as Satyaraj Khan and Ramananda. Indeed, all of them are present here. Please see. Text 92, translation. Here are Mukunda Das, Narahari, Sri Raghuna Nandana, Chiranjeevi, and Sulochana, all residents of Khanda. Text 93, translation. How many names shall I speak to you? All the devotees you see here, all associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is their life and soul. Text 94, translation. The king said, upon seeing all these devotees, I am very much astonished, for I have never seen such an effulgence. Text 95, translation. Indeed, their effulgence is like the brilliance of a million suns, nor have I ever heard the Lord's name chanted so melodiously. Purport. Such are the symptoms of pure devotees when they are chanting. All the pure devotees are as bright as sunshine, and their bodily luster is very effulgent. In addition, their performance of Sankirtana is unparalleled. There are many professional chanters who can perform congregational chanting with various musical instruments in an artistic and musical way, but their chanting cannot be as attractive as congregational chanting of pure devotees. If a devotee sticks strictly to the principles of governing Vaishnava behavior, his bodily luster will naturally be attractive, and his singing and chanting of the holy name of the Lord will be effective. People will appreciate such kirtan without hesitation. Even dramas about the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu or Shri Krishna should be played by devotees. Such drama will immediately interest an audience and be full of potency. The students of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness should note these 2 points and try to apply this principle in their spreading of the Lord's glory. Text 96. Translation. I have never before seen such ecstatic love, nor heard the vibration of the holy name of the Lord chanted in such a way, nor seen such dancing during Sankirtana. Purport. Because the temple of Lord Jagannath is situated at Jagannath Puri, many devotees from all parts of the world came to perform Sankirtana in glorification of the Lord. All these devotees were certainly seen and heard by Maharaj Pratap Rudra, but he herein admits that the Kirtana performed by the associates of the Lord was unique. He had never before heard such Sankirtana, nor seen such attractive features manifest by the devotees. The member of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness should go to India during the birthday ceremony of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu at Mayapur and perform Sankirtana congregationally. This will attract the attention of all the important personalities in India. Just as the beauty, bodily luster, and Sankirtana performed by the associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu attracted the attention of Maharaj Pratap Rudra. The associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu attracted the attention of Maharaj Pratap Rudra. The associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu were unlimited during the Lord's presence on this planet. But anyone who is pure in life and devoted to the mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is to be understood as a Nitya Siddha associate of the Lord. Text 97, translation. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, this sweet transcendental sound is a special creation of the Lord known as Prema Sankirtana, congregational chanting in love of Godhead. Text 98, translation. In this age of Kali, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has descended to preach the religion of Krishna consciousness. Therefore, the chanting of the holy name of Lord Shri Krishna is the religious principle of this age. Text 99. Translation. Anyone who worship Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by congregational chanting should be understood to be very intelligent. One who does not do so must be considered a victim of this age and bereft of all intelligence. Purport. Rascals propose that anyone can invent his own religious process, and this proposition is condemned herein. If one actually wants to become religious, he must take up the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. The real meaning of religion is stated in Srimad Bhagavatam, 6th canto, chapter 3, text 19 to 22. Dharmam tu sakshad bhagavat pranitam न वे विदुर ऋषयो नापि देवाः न सिद्धा मुख्या असुरा मनुष्याः कुतश्च विद्याधरा चरणादयः स्वयं भूर नारदः शंभुः कुमारः कपिलो मनुः प्रहलादो जनको भीष्मो बलिर व्यासासकिर वयम द्वादशेते विजानिमो धर्मां भगवतं भक्ताः गुह्यं विशुद्धं दुर्बोधं यं ज्ञात्वामृतम् अश्नुते एवा एतावान् एव लोके अस्मिन् पुंसां धर्मः परः स्मृतः भक्ति योगो भगवती तन्नाम ग्रहाणादिभिः. The purport of this verse says is that dharma or religion cannot be manufactured by a human being. Religion is the law of or code of the Lord. Consequently, religion cannot be manufactured even by great saintly persons, demigods, or siddha mukhyas. And what to speak of asuras, human beings, vidyadharas, charanas, and so on. The principle of dharma, religion, came down in the Parampara system, beginning with 12 personalities, namely Lord Brahma, the great Saint Narada, Lord Shiva, the four Kumaras, Kapila, the son of Devahuti, Swayambhuva Manu, Prahlad Maharaj, King Janaka, grandfather Bhishma, Bali Maharaj, Sukadeva Goswami, and Yamaraj. The principle of religion are known to these 12 personalities. Dharma refers to the religious principle by which one can understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Dharma is very confidential, uncontaminated by any material influence, and very difficult for ordinary men to understand. However, if one actually understands Dharma, he immediately becomes liberated and is transferred to the kingdom of God. Bhagavad Dharma, or the principle of religion enunciated by the Parampara system, is the supreme principle of religion. In other words, Dharma refers to the science of Bhakti Yoga, which begins by the novice chanting the holy name of the Lord, Tananama Grahana Dibih. Therefore, in this age of Kali, as recommended here in the Caitanya Charitamrta text 98, Kali Kale Dharma, Krishna Nam Sankirtana. The chanting of the holy name of the Lord is the method of religion approved by all Vedic scriptures. In the next text of the Chaitanya Charitamrta, quoted from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 11, Chapter 5, 32 text, this principle is further stressed. Text 100, translation. In the age of Kali, intelligent persons perform congregational chanting to worship the incarnation of Godhead, who constantly sings the name of Krishna. Although his complexion is not blackish, he is Krishna himself. He is accompanied by his devotees, associates, servants, weapons, and confidential companions. Purport. For an explanation of this verse refers to Adi Lila chapter 3 verse 52. Text 101. Translation. The king said, according to evidence given in the revealed scriptures, it is concluded that Lord Sri Caitanya Mahāprabhu is Lord Krishna himself. Why then are learned scholars sometimes indifferent to him? Text 101. Translation. The Bhattacharya replied, a person who has received but a small fraction of mercy from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu can understand that he is Lord Shri Krishna. No one else can. Purport. The Sankirtana movement can be spread by a person who is especially favored by Lord Shri Krishna. Krishna Shakti Vina Nahe Tara Paravartana. Without first obtaining the mercy of the Lord, one cannot spread the holy name of the Lord. One who can spread the Lord's name is called Labdha Caitanya. In the words of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, the Labdha Caitanya is one who has actually awakened his original consciousness, Krishna consciousness. The influence of the pure devotees in Krishna consciousness is such that it can awaken others to become immediately Krishna consciousness and engage themselves in the transcendental loving service of Krishna. In this way, the descendants of pure devotees increase. And Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu takes much pleasure in seeing the increase of his devotees. The word Sumedashaha means sharply intelligence. When one's intelligence is sharp, he can increase the interests of common men in loving Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's and through him in loving Radha Krishna. Those not interested in understanding Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's are simply material in their attempts at professional chanting and dancing for money despite their supported artistry. If one does not have full faith in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he cannot properly chant and dance in the Sankirtana movement. Artificial chanting and dancing may be due to sentiments or sentimental agitation, but this cannot help one advance in Krishna consciousness. Text 103. Translation. If the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is not bestowed upon a person, regardless of how learned a scholar that person may be, and regardless of his seeing or listening, he cannot accept Lord Chaitanya as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport. The same principles can be applied to demoniac persons, even though they be in the sampradaya of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Without receiving the Lord's special power, one cannot preach his glories all over the world. Even though one may elevate himself as a learned follower of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and even though one may attempt to preach